I'll start in a minute, but just posting it, post it to places. Yeah, I'll try to come back to streaming. Nothing specific planned yet, but hopefully I'll plan something soon. It's been like a little more than a month this time, but I got pretty busy. Still pretty busy though. Just what it is. Yeah, I don't really have a topic for today. Neither do I. Actually, I do have something I wanted to study, uh, in terms of like form and statues, but I haven't really thought about what to do. So if there's any questions, I can also answer them. I can try to answer them. But give me a second. I'm so hungry. So the big oil painting is actually coming along okay. Well, let me show like the latest version. Or rather the latest version I have. And I'll talk about it a little bit. It's not done yet. I just haven't had time to go back to do it. So right now it's on 15 days. Uh, Let me pull it up before I talk too much. Uh, where is it? It's kind of a terrible picture quality because I just took it with my phone. Eventually I'll get it with the camera. I think I did take a picture of it with my camera. I just never saved it out. Mm, okay. So this is the picture right now, or the painting right now. So this is on the wall, and it's an oil painting. It's yeah, it's commissioned by the church. So Last Supper, and um, yeah, not much to say about it except it still needs quite a bit of work, and I'll show you guys where. It's kind of reflected. So it's there's a reflection because the oil paint is uh mixed with a medium like Galkit, and it's gonna be shiny. It's easier to paint on. Um, I won't go over too much on the details of how to paint it, but the overall work is not done yet because the overall work is done, but the detail's not done yet because there's these little patterns in the back of these carpets, and they're like tape tapestries hung on the wall. I think I don't know because different versions have different interpretations of what they are. So there are these patterns, and they need to be on every single one of them, and also on this side. And the issue that I have, well, not an issue, but because of like perspective, I have to take these lines. Where are they? The wrong one. I have to do these lines and then adhere to perspective rules. Single point perspective, and it takes a long time to do these because these are all by hand. There's no like stencils or anything. You can't really use a stencil here because each of them is different, distorted and in perspective and different sizes. So you go and do it by hand. And I think some of you have seen the banana picture, but this is a light switch, so this painting is pretty big. Um, it's a four gang light switch. So if I were to stand below this painting, so this painting comes off floor about 4 feet, so this is like 4 feet. If I were to stand there, my head would be about this big, like right here. I think my hand reaches right here if I reach up. So uh, I was doing 8 hours. Yeah, I was doing 8 hours. Oh, I remember you. Hecta Arts. Yeah, that was surprising when someone. I got a few gifts, I think, throughout the anime expo, but most of them are like um stickers and like small prints. Thank you for the gift. I still have it in the. It's like I have a stash of the stuff I got from Anime Expo last year. Wait, was it last year? Yeah, it was last year. So like it's like I have a whole crate under my bed. Uh no, I'm not gonna draw this. It's already drawn. It's already well, this is the current stage. So I haven't been able to go back to do all this. But the rest is kind of finished-ish. The some of the colors needs to be fixed, like here down here. This is like the first, almost like a draft. On some parts, some parts are detailed enough. Some parts are still drafted. So this painting is 14 feet tall and 239 inch. So like 19 inch, 19 feet, uh, 11 inch wide. Yeah. And I think I'll do a bit like if I get commissioned, obviously I'll do a bit more paintings like this, like mural paintings. And I do like oil on it. So a lot of people advise against oil, like whenever I ask, like, should you use oil paint for a wall? So historically they use like um fresco. I can't tell you what it is, but it's like water-based pigments. So it's not oil-based, so it dries faster, I think. Does it? Yeah, I think it dries fast. And it has uh it seeps into like concrete, so it has better adhesion. But current oil paint I think is good enough depending on your substrate that it's fine. And oil paint is archival anyway. It's just linseed oil and pigment. So I wanted to use oil paint because the original painting actually is a mixture of oil and like tempera flakes and eggs. Using egg is insane, but that's that's why it flaked so bad. The original, I mean, in Milan. But this one, it's just pure oil, with some medium, so there's no base of anything else. So the recommended usually for wall like murals or huge paintings is acrylic because acrylic is dries really fast and typically it's a little bit cheaper. I don't know if that's true because I've looked at all the prices for different paints and I think oil would be just as cheap or expensive. Nothing's cheap at this scale. So yeah, it's a pretty fun project, but I hate having to solo the project. So usually these things are done by like full studios. I mean, back in the days, they're done either by full studios or today they're done by machines. They have these big, like basically like a CNC graphing machine that you attach on the wall and draws it for you, or they print it out, or they use projectors. So this one, I painted like old school, like the way they did it back then. And I'll show you guys uh, the earlier versions of it. Let me try to pull it. It's got it somewhere. Have it somewhere. I started this like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and show you guys the earliest version of it. Okay, so here it's, well, this is actually kind of interesting to me at least. So this is like the early version of it. So, well, not the early version, the day one. Day one is gridding and perspective work. So the reason why you grid at a piece this big, and I'm against gridding for studies and paintings because gridding is builds bad habit. The only exception is for mural paintings because the painting gets so huge that by the time you're able to reach it, unless you have like a 20-foot long paintbrush, you get perspective like warping, so distortion. So the way you see the world is like a fisheye, right? So if it gets too peripheral on your vision, then you get warping. So that's why you have to grid on these things, or you use a projector. I didn't want to use a projector because I feel like, not that it's cheating, but it doesn't feel as fun. That's the only reason. Well, not the only reason. I think projectors would give you less accuracy than the traditional method of like drafting drafting it up. Birchman. This is like a combination of perspective work and Charles Bark. It's like straight up just doing proportion measurements and stuff. And this is why I've been really busy. I was gonna stream a little bit earlier, but didn't have time. So and then I just went in with the so I did have to do a pencil sketch just to make sure my stuff is correct. So pencil sketch, and funny thing is like there's this fire alarm, and I think the church didn't understand the scale of the painting, so I was asking if they could remove the alarm, and they were like, no, you can't remove the. I just paint it, just avoid the alarm or whatever. Make it smaller, which is unacceptable to me because I want to use the whole wall. Uh, so they didn't remove the alarm, and luckily it lines up with Judith or Judah, not Judith, Judas. Yeah. Um, so it lines up with Judith, which is a nice coincidence. Like it's completely an accident where fire alarm lines up with the guy that betrays Jesus. Uh, so I'm okay with it. I can live with that. So I haven't done a varnish yet or any top coat because it's not done yet. So yeah, this is pretty much the sketch that I have. You go in with lines and whatever. And this is like, ooh, it's like a some version of Charles Bark and gridding because the grids are so big. So each of these large grids are 1 foot, and then the yeah. Oh, my bad. The painting is 10 by 20 feet, not 14. So the 14 is the height. So the 14 feet is on top, and then 10 feet is the height of the actual painting. So ooh, don't do that. So I would say this painting is like time wise is like halfway done. And then I just so some people would opt for like a base color, wait till it dries, but I like working a la prima, so I just started coloring, like just from one side to the other. Typically I advise against this in digital painting as well, but it's because you can paint the whole canvas at the same time. But with a painting this big, you cannot paint the canvas at the same time. I can't get a 3 feet wide brush and paint. So what you have to do, you just have to like block slowly, and there's no other way to do this. So like I said, traditionally, I think you do it with your workshop. So let's say you run a workshop, you're an artist, you teach students, which I do, a physical workshop. But most of my students are kids, so I can't really get them to do this. It's not even a skill problem. It's a like a safety issue because you have to climb things and stuff. Also, like they're most of them are not that experienced of a painter, so maybe in a few years I could do that. So it'll be like me and my student doing a wall painting, not me trying to like grind this painting out myself because that's what's happening right now. So after I would say it's approximately um maybe like 10 full days because some days I have to do half days. I did not film myself because I didn't have the camera for that. Like just like the next time I do this, I'll probably try to film myself. And I wasn't sure how this is gonna go because I've never done a like an oil painting this big. Usually when I do mural, it's all acrylic, but oil is, you know, very different. And I don't have anybody to refer to because I don't know very many oil painters. I did ask some advice in different servers and to see if anybody has experience with this and like oil at this scale or this particular painting. But yeah, no. Yeah, the fire alarm is a weird coincidence. Yeah, I don't think any random dude that's it's like gonna commission this painting in their house. And besides, most houses do not have walls this big. Like 14 feet tall walls that spans 20 almost 20 feet, pretty much clean wall, nothing on it, no holes, no windows. It's weird. That would be weird. So funny thing is this is actually smaller than the original painting in Milan. Milan's 30 feet wide approximately, and this is only like two-thirds the size, which is a little bit regrettable. I wish they had a bigger wall, but they do not. I wanted this to be a little bigger, so Jesus is the same, or the figures are the same size as a real human. Right now, it's like 10% smaller. So Jesus would be like 5'2", 5'3" or something. When I imagine he's gonna be taller, and the way I judge the size is like the size of the skull. So it's like 10% smaller, which bothers me, but I just have to let that go. Yeah, I don't think it's that popular to paint for churches anymore. It's not really a thing. Most people paint for like, yeah, you paint for like organizations or like government stuff where, they hire a bunch of artists to paint like freeways and electrical boxes and stuff. But not a lot of people will paint for churches. Don't know why. I kind of want to do it because there's so many Renaissance paintings that were commissioned by the church, and I want to do studies on them, or spin-offs of them. And well, this one, this one, let's just say it's not paying nearly as well as I hope it would, but at least it's like I wanted to try this anyway. So if anybody sees this, it's like, oh yeah, I'm actually teaching art, so come pay me $1 billion, and I'll teach you how to paint, and I'll be a billionaire. Uh, that's the dream here, and I'll have so much money that I can drink boba every day and eat Korean barbecue. So that's the dream. Uh, yeah. So I'm probably gonna do like a statue study. There's a time I have to leave the stream. I mean, what's the go-to boba order? I like Earl Grey or Oolong. Either one of them is good. The church was paying most of the work from that time. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the church was they handling a lot of money. All the money goes through it. Even like royalty money goes to the church. So, but nowadays, not so much. But I mean, they have enough money. Like it's not like I'm trying to launder money from the church. I'm doing work for them. So it's like okay, for a reference, right? To do a piece like this, if you're an oil painter and you're pretty comfortable with wet on wet, so you don't have to wait. Because if you have to wait for layers, this is gonna take you like a year. Because you have to do it dry, and then you have to wait, and so if you do dry layers, you can't really do details, or you do wet layers and you wait till it dries, you can't really do details immediately. So even to this stage, like you can paint the whole thing one color or couple colors, right? You can block it in, but to get to the details, it will probably take you like three, four, five, six, like layers. So let's assume you don't really use a strong medium or a fast dry medium, or you use some medium but not an ex like a how do I put this? You don't use a aggressive medium. Uh, to get to this stage of detail, you might have this detail everywhere, but a single person would take maybe waiting for it to dry 8 weeks, 8 weeks to get here, um, drying time, because you'll be doing like 5 layers, which is approximately 8 weeks. No, I have not tried working on egg tempera. I want to just work on oil, like in oil, because I don't want to mix too many things. Because Da Vinci already proved that it's not a good idea. So, um, I'm not going to. I'm gonna varnish it, but no glaze. Well, you can glaze. Let's assume you can do like that two layer method where you do values and then you glaze the color. You can do it. I don't have experience with it, so I'm not gonna do it. I just paint it straight with wet on wet. So like basically how I work single layer, I go back to do a second layer, like fine tune detail. The details level you can't really see it in the photo because it's small. So but you can see in person. So if you went there in person, you can actually see a bit of how the detail is playing out versus the draft layer. So this version. Let me grab another version that's like the draft, um, more drafted. So this is when all 12 guys are kind of done plus Jesus, and this is the draft version. So there's a difference between this one and this one. In terms of just the detail, you can't really see it from the image, and the image is pretty inaccurate because the phone camera is not that great. But yeah, if it's you can see it better in person. Uh, if anybody ever visits Vegas, I'll ask the pastor if I can drop the location on stream, not stream, on socials. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, paying for free is actually a scam. So yeah, as I was saying, the if you try to solo this, it'll take you a while, even if you're like an experienced wet on wet painter. That's why most I think no oil painter would actually willingly do a painting this size. I'd say most wouldn't. Just because it's like takes a long time. So the reason why you should get paid for something like this is like I'm doing 8 hours a day for I would say average if I average like squeeze it in 8 hours a day, it'll be maybe 10, 12 days, full days now. So we're at about 100 hours. 100 hours is what? Approximately uh each work year is 2,000 hours, right? So that's 100 hours. 120, yes. It's like, yeah, it's about 3 weeks. 3 weeks of work. And if you think about prep work, you have to look at source materials. There's like 100 different versions. You have to plan out the sketch. You have to plan out like the actual like workflow. You have to rent the gears. You have to buy the paint. So you're pretty much doing 2 months, like minimum. If you're really really fast, you're committing 2 months of your life to a painting like this. So yeah, price it, price it really well. It's like think about it. If I'm doing commissions at a certain rate, then I want to do that same rate for a painting like this. So if you're buying 2 months of my life to work on this painting, then you know I'm not saying I should get paid like CEOs where like they're getting paid 200K, $2 million a year. But let's look at nah. Do you guys want me to talk about this stuff? Is this interesting? It's like numbers, artist pays, and stuff. Yeah, I think 20K is reasonable. 1 million. Yeah, yeah, like time value of an artist. Yeah, because I imagine a lot of you are artists and you like to. A lot of people don't know how to price things. Um, Physical exhaustion. I don't like I'm in decent shape, so I don't really get tired from this. Like I can climb ladders all day because I used to do a little bit of construction on the side, so this is like light work. Like the heaviest thing I have to move is my laptop. So that's great. Before I had to like move 8 foot like drywalls. That stuff is like pretty tiring. So um, this is nice. Yeah. So commission prices. This doesn't apply for like smaller commissions. Because the way you price these is, I mean, the logic might be the same, but the smaller commissions have a higher fixed cost ratio. So let's say you paint this drawing, you paint this. Let me take out the start soon text. Let's say you paint this drawing, and you're like, how do I value this painting? You first figure out how long you want to take. So let's say a small painting, a lot of painters take anywhere from like 5 to 50 hours. I think that's a good range to encapsulate most of the commission work. If you're painting a full render, minimum 5 hours if you're really fast, 50 hours if you're like regular speed, and yeah, there are people who take longer. Splash arts take longer, sometimes like 80 hours. Uh, and then if you're doing like concept art, it might take shorter amount of time, like 2, 4 hours. So and then you have VTubers. right? Models that take like 100, 200 hours easily. So, including rigging, if you do it all yourself. So, these things they add up time. So you can't just be like, okay, my following is so big, or like I'm this amount of traction on social media, so I can only charge this amount. Like there's people with less following and they charge, they only charge $100 for this, so I can only charge $80 because of the final product. You can't just think about the final product. So let's say if I do, let's do a little bit of, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this concept, and this is just to price for minimum. So let's say hours, ooh, that's not a nice color, hours worked and rate and total. So hours worked, so let's say you plan to, based on experience, you plan to spend 20 hours on a painting, and your rate, let's say you have no rate. That's the biggest problem for most people. You have no rate. You at least want to go with the minimum wage of your location, right? Let's say you live in a third world country, or you live in, let's say, Southeast Asia where things are cheaper, uh, and your rate is, let's say, $5 an hour USD, like minimum wage, depending on the country or state you're in. Then your painting should at least be $100, right? This is not factoring skill or anything. So now we have to consider like material costs. You're thinking, oh, maybe digital art has no material cost. Um, well, that's not true because you have to buy the tablet, right? You have to buy the computer. Now, obviously, you're not gonna buy a computer every time you paint, but we have this concept called depreciation. If you buy a laptop, if you buy a graphic card or a tablet or whatever, let's say you spend $1,000 on your drawing gear, your drawing like equipments. So that's $1,000 of equipments, and let's say 5 year depreciation. So 5 years later, it's no longer going to decrease in value. So let's assume you're not selling the item. So it's gonna be $200 per year of depreciation, right? So you lose $200 of value based on, no, it's not amortization. It's depreciation. Amortization is for non-tangibles. So amortization is for like software and stuff. So I haven't talked about that yet. So let's say you spend $200 on software per year. Well, actually, let's say you spend $20 on software per month, monthly. And then this is $200 on, well, if we do $1,000, $200 would be yearly. So let's say $20 monthly of depreciation. So depreciation and then amortization. So this is for software. The first one is for software. The second one is for equipment. This is just an estimate. There's other types of accounting for depreciation and stuff. So $20 each. Okay. And then you have to pay tax, right? So that's $40 in costs of like amortization and depreciation. Usually we group them. So how many paintings, how many commissions do you do a month? Let's assume you do 2 commissions per month on average, 2 large commissions per month. So we divide that amortization and depreciation by 2 because every month you will use half of that per commission, right? So your rate would be so this is the work, and then this is amortization plus depreciation. So that'll be $20. So this is a single painting. And then you have tax. So we have to figure tax in reverse. So let's say your tax for service. So in America, personal service taxes are 30%. So if you make $100, they're taking $30 right off the top. So we'll figure out 30% on top of that. We don't figure out amortization and depreciation because this is a expense, so it'll be taken out anyway. So 30% would be tax figured in. Let's assume it's, that's approximate $30. So your minimum rate for a 20-hour work. So 20 hours include your communication time with the client. So if you're doing emails, if you're doing pulling like references, if you're getting sketches approved, if you're setting up the, you know, if it's commission specific, you're setting up any communications or site pages or whatever. 20 hours is not that long, right? If you take 2 hours to do emails, now you have 18 hours left to draw. And then you might spend another 2 hours, 3 hours looking for references, uh, looking for like researching about the character or reading a script that they give you. They might give you like a whole dissertation on their character, right? And you might only have 15 hours to draw. And how many of you can sit down and immediately draw after all the material's been gathered? You're just like, okay, I'm inspired now. I'm gonna start drawing, and then after 15 hours, it's gonna be done. I'm pretty sure some of you like stare at blank canvases. Like I stare at blank canvases sometimes. Just I already do it very little. Like I do it much less than most people I hear, but I bet most people are staring for a little bit of time before they lock in. So this is like a pretty conservative estimate now. So if you're not charging $150 for a painting, for a single commission, for one that takes you 15 hours to paint, then you're charging too little. So there is fixed price. Like this is fixed. This doesn't change. This is dependent on the total like wage price. So let's say you don't even want to charge $5 because you think, okay, like, well, actually, let's make the argument of like, okay, there's $150 price, and if I charge $150, a lot of people is arguing like, if I charge $150, nobody's gonna buy my art, right? That's why people lowball. That's why people like, I'm gonna charge like $40 for a 10-hour painting. You guys heard of this, right? So that's used my state or my area's average like rate of minimum wage. So let's say about 12. It's like $12 to $15 depending on the location you're on. So that becomes 240, and 30% of 240 is $72. So now it becomes 92, so $332. So now this painting becomes $332 for a 15-hour painting, plus 5-hour research and communications. So 322, that's for a $12 rate. So a lot of people might think, I can't charge that because absolutely nobody's going to buy my painting, right? And you might be right. So let's say nobody buys your painting. So now you have to ask for two things. Like, is it correct? Is it morally correct for me to charge less than that? So let's say I go down to $100 and I try to work for minimum wage and I do it for the love of the game. Is that ethical to do? You might think that it's my time, my money. I can charge whatever I want. Well, technically, if you don't pay taxes and they pay you in cash and you don't pay taxes, that's it's called tax evasion. But let's not do that. Uh, if you're getting paid $20, I'm not advocating for tax evasion. If you're in sixth grade and you're getting paid like $10 from your classmate to do like a sketch of Blue Eyes White Dragon, or to do a sketch of I don't know, Among Us, yeah, you're probably not reporting it. Your parents, why not including that in your kitty tax, your joint tax filing? Sure. Mr. Accountant. You say that like a joke, but I was an accountant until last year. That was my day job. I'm not a tax accountant, so this is not tax advice. But yeah, uh, this is important for artists who are interested in doing commissions, not even make a living, but if you're interested in selling art ever, you need to consider these things. So $332, is it correct for me to, let's say, half the price, $150? That sounds like a really high price for a commission for a lot of people. They're like, I've never commissioned before, I never taken a commission. Why should I charge $150 when, other guys with 10K follows are charging like half of that, $80 per painting? You see Vision. Yeah, that's full Vision. It's full Vision right now. Do I do art on the phone? Twitch chat? No, I don't. Maybe for fun sometimes, but no. So let's pull Vision and let's find a painting. Let's find a pretty like finished painting and let's just look at the prices. Like pull a random one. Ignore the yaoi. Ooh, this one's pretty nice. I don't know this person, but let's look at this. Surprised me, so that's like skip permission. $95. $95 for this. Do you see this? That's insane. Like it's lower than my estimate. So let's take a look at how long it takes to paint something like this, right? If you're super fast, let's assume no assist, no software assist. You're painting this like by hand, everything. No cheating, no tracing, no bases, no AI, nothing. You're just like straight hand. $100 and a boba for this thing. You can grab a boba, watch the guy paint, and you go spend $100. How long would I take to paint this? If I'm pushing for speed, maybe like 6 to 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours. But I think most artists would take a little longer than that, and you have to consider like emailing, communication time. So I think 20 hours is a fair estimate for this, right? Like I feel like 20 hours is not slow. So maybe this is underpriced. I don't know. Maybe this is underpriced. Let's take a look at other ones. Maybe that's just an outlier. Let's grab a few more because you need 3 for standard deviation, right? So let's grab a more finished one, like a more polished or maybe fine art. Because like you can argue like, oh, sketchy is really fast. This is pretty clean. It's like the cleaner the work, the longer the time it takes. Like $70. $70 for this. Yeah, the finish is less just because there's no background, but like the line takes a long time. Like line art by itself, this thing, 4 hours easy. If you're like fairly quick, 4 hours, right? So I think this would be like 10 hours. It's for most people to paint or make cell shading. So let's figure out how much they actually make per hour. So 10 hours, $7. We don't even figure depreciation. That's straight up $7 per hour. And if we figure out like communication time, it's even lower than that. Yeah, 5-star reviews for 4 reviews. Yeah, I hope so. They're charging like peanuts. So you can say, oh, maybe they live in a third world country, and $7 is like double their minimum wage. It's like, yeah, it's fair argument. And this is good. Like $70 is like a full day's wage for them, and this is fair salary. That's arguable. You could say that. A lot of artists are fine being underpaid. So if they're in poorer countries, or let's not say poor, if they're in countries that have a cheaper cost of living and they charge less, that's perfectly reasonable. But really $70 for this. So if we talk about minimum wage, and I haven't talked about this yet. If we talk about minimum wage, that means there's no skill involved. Anybody can do minimum wage job. That's the whole point of minimum wage. If someone's willing to work and they have zero skills, they require training, they have no idea how to do anything, but they're willing to work, you pay them minimum wage. And hopefully that minimum wage is high enough for them to survive. Do you think this has no skill? Like, does it look like skillless? It's not skillless work. This is pretty high skill. Now, yes, artistic demand is a thing. Like, you can't say, oh, if it's skilled, then I charge more than minimum wage. That's not always true. So what if I'm really skilled at something very, very random and not very useful? Let's say I'm really skilled at picking grass. Like, I can pick the most beautiful pieces of grass and I can pick it really fast. Would you hire me for minimum wage? Well, that product has no use, like no use for anybody. So the minimum wage is not like a guarantee, but I think art is a pretty important field. Some people would argue against that, like for example, AI roast. But after a certain skill level, you should be able to charge money for the art that you do because it's like a form of expression. So being able to read what the client wants and then producing the visual representation of what they're thinking is, I think, is a valuable skill in any society. So I think minimum wage is a little bit too harsh for artists. That's why I think we should go above minimum wage. So now that I've given you guys examples, let's look back at this. $12 in the United States is practically minimum wage. It's below minimum wage in some states. This is like if you mow grass. Not that mowing grass is not good work. If you mow grass, practically anybody can mow grass. But in order to do art at a level where you can commission, you need to train for like 5 years, right? Do you need to train for 5 years to mow grass? No, you train for 5 hours. You could be like the best grass mower on your street, in your zip code even. Most people don't put that much care in mowing grass. They just like if it's if it's the right height, it's good. If you're careful, then it's good. So how to go above and still have client? Yeah. So let's say we adhere to this ethical framework of not paying yourself too low per hour. If I don't get clients at this rate, if I charge $300 and I do not get any clients, you can lower your price. It's a free country, and I guess capitalism, right? But you really have to think about like, okay, if I do this for $12, is it more beneficial for me to get a job at McDonald's and just do this for fun for now? So let's say I do studies for the next 2 years, or I practice for the next 2 years and no commissions, and I can't afford to live. So what, do you lower the price and work double the time? Do I have to price and work double the time? Or do I just get a job in something else for now and then come back and do art? The same is true for a lot of professions, right? If you're a doctor, and let's not consider laws and regulations, and you want to do surgery, but you're not that good at surgery, do you just sell your surgery service for less? Let's assume you're good enough that you can cure people, you can help them. You can pull teeth, for example. If you're dental, you can pull the teeth and they won't get toothache anymore. That's useful, but you don't have maybe you're not good at it. Do you just say, oh, I'll charge you half of what the other dentists charge so that I can get a job? No, you get better. You get better at your job, and then you come back and you charge more right? So if you charge minimum, this is the minimum price of your labor, of your time, and you don't get a client, unfortunately, this is a supply and demand issue. So if your minimum price, there is no demand for it, then you have to somehow generate the demand. It could come in the form of like um, you do like marketing, really good marketing, or you do branding. So you create a story and you have characters that you really like. So a lot of these branding stuff, they move away from the technical skills. So it's not like you have to get better at painting after a certain point, but you can start to think about like how can I monetize stuff and still stay in the like this market. So how can I keep drawing commissions? So a lot of people, one of the easier ways like drawing icons. Icons have a lower skill of entry. So you can be pretty new and still draw like usable icons. It's not like trying to draw big oil paintings or trying to draw like perspective work. Icons are pretty simple. That's why a lot of people move into icons and it's decent money. And then you can charge this rate, $12 an hour. Does it take you 1 hour to make one icon? Maybe. But you can charge $20 per icon sometimes. Granted, a lot of it is like needs to be animated. Okay, so now let's talk about the skill pay. So I'm a pretty experienced artist, and I've been working for a couple years now, and I have an experience of 17 years. Now, if you go into any other field and you said I have a 17-year experience, 20-year experience, and I've been working in this field for X number of years, they would expect you to be paid a certain amount. So a good, like a nice number, round number, $100,000, right? If someone's in the field of say accounting for 10 years, and they said they're paid $100,000, you wouldn't think much of it. You wouldn't be like, oh, that guy's overpaid, right? Would you guys think that they're overpaid? I mean, some of you might think like, oh yeah, like these corporate guys that are stealing money. But really, $100,000 for a tax accountant is not high. No, I'm not talking about like transactional thing. This is just to price basic level of living. So this is a minimum price. I'm not talking about like pricing your soul. We'll figure that out later, or like why we should charge higher. So $100,000 is $50 an hour because you work $2,000, 2,000 hours per year, so it's $50 an hour. That doesn't sound very high. $50 an hour is not that high. Lawyers make like 100 to like $300 an hour. Doctors, same thing, $100 to $300 an hour. So I think $50 is fair, right? And I'm a pretty fast artist, so let's say I only do 15 hours, and I charge $50 an hour. Is that fair? Does that sound fair to you guys? Yeah. We'll talk about first world country, and then we'll scale it based on GDP or something. So if the country's GDP per capita, like the per capita capital is 2 times less, then we'll half that value, right? So this is for United States only. And I know it's overpriced for other countries. So let's say you're from Thailand, where cost of living is really cheap. We'll scale that. So $50, what's that? $750? That's crazy. And my gear is more expensive, so it might like that's like that's figuring like rental. So I need to rent a place, or I have to section out my home for a dedicated office space. That's what the tax treatment is. So I have to cut a kind of like a rental depreciation, or like housing depreciation based on the rental space. Or I rent an office and draw. There's also electricity. We won't. It's such a small number. I don't care. But let's say it's, I don't know, $80 for depreciation, amortization, rental space, and then we have tax. 30%, still 30%. So that's $225. 225. So what's that? 975, 1055. Yeah. So that's why my price is $1,000 for a commission. I didn't just like I didn't randomly, well, like someone suggested it, but I try to like reason why should I charge this money? Because initially when I asked around, I was like price checking. I was like, what should I charge? Should I charge 400, 500? Because that sounds high. And then someone's like, oh, you should charge like 1K, 2K, right? 3K, whatever. I was like, that sounds really high. Like if we're talking about like Ks. Uh, but then I thought about it. I was like, okay, like why shouldn't I charge 1K? Like how does it figure like hourly wise? So so I arrived at $1,000 because I didn't want to make it too expensive, but I also don't want to underpay myself. So $50 an hour, if everything goes well, it take me 15 hours to make a commission. Um, it's just it's not long, not short. I'm not like rushing or anything, but I think see like if you look at it this way, $1,000 looks kind of fair, right? But to a client, they might come to me and be like, dude, I could get someone to paint it for like $200 because again, these regen guys, like look at this, it's so detailed. How much is this guy charging? $100, $100, dude. A full manga page for 150. Yeah, that's might be industry rate, but price me black and white $100. You can draw this for $100. How long does that take? Yeah, a lot of like screen tones. Screen tones take less time if you already have a collection of screen tones. But like the line work, dude. The line work itself, even if you're really, really fast, even if you use like 3D bases, this might is this 3D base? Yeah, this is 3D base. So even if you use 3D bases and you have to like trace over the line, that's assuming you use like a line tool. So you still have to draw the character, you still have to draw the patterns. Can you finish this in 6 hours? Line, just the line, not even the tones. You have to cut the screen tones. 6 hours. And then the screen tones will take another 6 hours, 12 hours. You're charging like what, 110? That's assumed tax evasion. So what, $10 an hour? $9 an hour? Yeah, you say it's crazy, right? But that's what everybody's charging, like hourly wise. And we'll talk about like foreign countries, foreign meaning not the United States. Um, let's look at something looks like it's more like they have more experience in terms of years. So let's see. Well, I wonder if I can Google painting. Let's look at this. So if I were to buy a commission, I'll scroll through this and then see which ones I like. Let's look at a painting that's more finished, regardless of style. So a lot of these it shows me like they haven't practiced for too many years. So I won't, because you like if you're brand new, then you can argue that minimum wage is okay, right? But I want to look at something that I can for sure say 10-year experience or whatever. Like is this? So it was a 3D render. Oh, I know that reference. I don't want to just look at portrait paintings. Maybe the front page will give me better results. Oh my god. It's like design work. I can't price design work because I don't do design. I don't know how long it takes. So yeah, I don't want to like I hope this is not like get the wrong idea. I'm not saying like a lot of these guys have a lot of skills, but if I'm trying to look at it through a viewer of like if you're buying, if you're spending a lot of money, like even $100 is a lot of money for a lot of people, right? So $100 is a lot of money for me. So $100, you go and you spend it, you're gonna be pretty picky on who you pick, even like something like $100. So you want to get the most out of your money. So you'll probably scroll through a bunch. Usually they have like specific artists that they look to already. So I want just because I like traditional realism, but I don't think I'll find any here. If I don't find any, I'll just find a detailed one. This is pretty cool. This is clean. So it's almost like, okay, I'm looking for things I can use and like, let's say print it out. If I do a commission, I do it for like a book or a short story. I might like print out stuff. $30, dude. That's crazy. $30. Y'all charging $30 for this. How long do you think that take? How long do you think they've practiced? Like the anatomy is okay, right? It's like overall it's okay. The proportions okay. If you're really fast at studying, maybe like 3 years, try tags. Try tags. Like what tags? Oh, is there a tag here? There isn't. Let me see. Tags like these. Oh, illustrations. Okay. Yes, that's a good. Wow, illustrations kind of a rough word these days. Ooh, this is like really clean, right? Like $40, dude. $40. Like you can use this in like publications and stuff. How many years do you think this guy trained? Let's take a look. EMPH. So maybe this guy is in the Philippines, which is cheaper. Let's see. 18 posts, so not that many. Not that many. 22, so maybe like a couple years of drawing. Oh, this is the portfolio. Oh, so they can draw something like this. It's like painterly. It's almost like Valorant. I have quite a wide style. Yeah, so yeah, something like this. Is this actually the $40 thing? It's like the $50. I think this is like the $50 or maybe no, that's way too much. Yeah, I think this is a $50 package. Yeah, like this one. $50. That's insane. Even if you're like the fastest painter. This will I'm a pretty fast painter. This is gonna even take me like 3 hours at the minimum. If I have to do like all the tech stuff, maybe like 4 hours. $50? I'm not getting paid $12.5 an hour for this. That's so okay. Let's go back to that one actually. So this guy or girl, whatever. It's five years of experience minimum, right? 5 years of training. If you go to someone with 5 years of training in the field, oh, it was official art. Okay. Oh, okay. But this is not a paint over. So 5 years in training in this style, 5 years of experience, you wouldn't assume that this guy's getting paid 12.5 per hour for skilled work, and I don't think they do it in 4 hours. So it's unreasonable to charge these money. Icons is really good. So I think that's why a lot of people do icons. Like this icon probably takes way less time. How much is this? Better not be $5, I swear to God. It's close to $5. It's $9. But you know that this is more reasonable because I can imagine myself doing this in like, I don't know, 20 minutes, right? Some people can do it in 20 minutes. Now you're charging like $30 an hour. $27 an hour. And that's, you know, we can work with that a bit more. So a lot of these, so the reason why this pricing scheme is not figured in is because let's say you're 20, you're in your early 20s, or you're in your teens, like late teens, your first commission, and you're like, I need to charge very little, and I don't care about money because I don't have rent. So they basically charge for like boba money. They don't think about like mortgages and stuff. They're not trying to make a living. They're just trying to get like some pocket money. That's why they price it like that. I guess that's not wrong. So let's look at the GDP of Philippines per capita. That's very low. Let's look at the whole list. United States. Can we sort by? Huh? What is this? No GDP per capita. Why is this high? What are these countries? Okay. United States, 84,000. That's so high. Wait, do we have a minimum wage by country? The average. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nominal hourly minimum wage per. Wait, that's the highest. Okay. United States. So where I live. Wait, really? Slower? 7.25? So 7.25. So I'm charging $50. This is my rate. So if I were to move to a different country, I would adjust it by maybe a average of these things. Annual minimum wage. So 7.25. Let's do annual minimum wage of 15K. I think this is a pretty good way of looking at it. So 15K, 3.4K. So 3.4K. Do the math. Equals 4.4. And then if I do 1,000, no, actually, let's do, because the rest of the price doesn't change. So let's do 50 divided by 4.4. So I should charge $11.3 per hour to get the same feel of pricing. Yeah, let's round it to $11. So this would be 165, and then this would be, wait, I should have just done this. 165. So this is still $80 because you have the cost. Like if you buy a tablet in the Philippines, you're charging the same. You're getting charged the same to buy the same tablet. Yeah, 7.25 is, some states are not, right? But we're taking like the absolute minimum, so you can move anywhere in the United States to get a lower price. So this is still the same. 165 is what, 30% is 49.5. Let's say 50. Let's say 50. And then we have what, 130, 295. So I'm still charging 295 for a painting if I live in the Philippines. Do you see any $295 commissions, $295 commissions on VGen? Because I rarely find those. Let's look at the most finished, the most, decked out everything. Can I do this? Does that work? It's like the highest price I can find. The most, if I'm looking to spend big boy money. Because I'm a rich commissioner and I want to spend the biggest boy monies. Waitlist. That's a good oh, you kidding me? Come on, dude. What? Filter by price. Can you? Can you filter by price? That's some rich filter options. Filter by price. Uh where is it? Tell me. Where's the price filter? That's you can't on region. Okay. So this is probably the best we can do. So that was $68. That's disappointing. Well, not disappointing. That's a really good. That's a steal. You guys should commission this guy. It's a wait list anyway. But oh, portraits. This is $10. This is AI, isn't it? Or I shouldn't say that. This is paint over. $10? Oh, $80. Okay, I was about to. But still $80. Starting at $10. What do you mean? What do you mean by this? That's like good work too. This is digital, but that's interesting. I should look at this site more. Who who is this? All these artists I've never seen before. Oh, they follow me. Oh no. Okay, let's see. Oh, heavy paints. Okay, good fundamentals. Really strong fundamentals. Like, how long do you think these take? Ah, Ross Straw study. Okay, that's the last time we posted. Uh, 64 weeks ago. Are they even alive, dude? Are you alive, bro? Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'll go over, like, go through some artists and then think about, like, talk about what I think. Yeah, 10 hours? Oh, dude, come on. This is a professional. Are you a professional? Who are you? In Peru. What's the GDP per capita of Peru? We're gonna do math today. Uh, yeah. So Philippines. So we can assume like it should be triple the price. So if I were to charge the same method, that means I'll be charging so $80. I'll be charging triple that, 240 per hour, per painting. Yeah, no way I'm doing that. So yeah, you can call me like bougie or like spoiled, but even in the beginning, I don't do it that low. Even at the very beginning, so I wasn't getting commissions. I was charging like $200 for a much simpler painting. And if I don't get commissions or if I don't get contracts, then I don't get it. I'm not lowering my price. If I have to go work a job outside, I'll go find a job. I will do that, but I'm not lowering the price. Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, that's is it Kruger? I think it's Dunning-Kruger. You're a furry that spends a lot. Okay, like furry's kind of an outlier. I don't know why furries spend so much money. That we can talk about that later, but I'm talking about like general commission work. Like it could be someone who's paid to draw like a product or a cutscene for a like a story. Uh, yeah. So how long does this take? Even if you are really good, you're really efficient, you're a professional, you know all the tools, you're accurate off the bat. You've drawn probably like hundreds or thousands of portraits. 3, 4 hours? Say 4 hours, maybe? Maybe less actually. I can imagine myself doing this less, but 4 hours I think is because you have to do communication time. 4 or 5 hours is probably reasonable. $80, 4 or 5 hours. You pay like after tax $10 an hour. Uh, GDP adjustment 4.4 times, so $44 an hour. Not bad. I think this is. You can argue this is kind of reasonable. $80 for this, but it's on the low end. So this guy's from Peru, so not might not be unreasonable. Depends on how fast he is. What else we got? Full illustrations. Expensive illustrations. So this one's actually the crazy one. That's pretty full, pretty $69. Like kidding. Full body $99. Full body is $99. Good news, guys. Tofu. Let's take a look at tofu. Tofu. Specialized in full illustrations. $140. Renaissance art. Couple surprise. Okay, so skip is lower. Yeah, this is like skilled. So $140. Where do you live? Not available. Instagram is not available. What about Twitter? What country is this? I'm really bad with flags. Somebody tell me. India is $3 a day. Okay, let's look at some data with India. Can't be that much lower than. So we're gonna look at the GDP of India. Oh, that is low, dude. Okay, yeah. So if the GDP of US is 15K and India is let's be more realistic because there's rural areas, right? So most people in rural areas probably not gonna go out and buy a laptop, buy a tablet. Jordan, okay, so Jordan, so 21 times, 21 times. So let's figure out what you would charge in India if you were doing commissions. So 21 times. So this is India. So this is US, and then this is Philippines. And then IN, I guess. I don't, that could be Indonesia. I guess I have to spell India. Okay, so India. The rate is, so for me, if I lived in India, $50 an hour. Convert that to 21 times, so it's like let's say $2.5 an hour. And I spent 15 hours. That's what, $45? So let's say I go cheaper on this because like someone who's like rural, like you're living in poverty, you're not gonna go out and buy a $1,200 set to draw with. So let's like eliminate this or like make it very low because you'll still have like material. So let's say your material is $10 and your tax, I don't know Indian tax laws. I don't want to assume tax evasion, so I'm just gonna put a random number, $5. Okay, $60. I will charge $60 in India. It's like insanely low, but that would be a reasonable price. No. So people in poverty will not buy art in general, but people in poverty countries that are rich will buy art. If I were in India and I make US dollars and I can buy art for $60, it feels like exploitation, but really you're giving them pretty good living. Would I buy art for $60? Maybe. No, not Indian clients, but Indian like painters. So if I were living in India and I charge this price and I live in a average Indian community, not a city, not a big city, not on a farm. $60. Oh. So a lot of these guys, uh, a lot of these guys. So this is Jordan. Okay, so Jordan. Okay, Jordan is higher than Philippines, so why is he charging this money? Oops. Jordan is higher priced, so why is he charging this kind of amount? This is Indian prices. Like, not as an insult, but like India has a lower cost of living and lower GDP. Actually, the cost of living might be higher than the GDP suggests. It's just people are living in poverty. So a wage gap or a like a caste system, just like a financial wage gap, financial gap. But if you live in Jordan, you should not be charging this 140 for this. This is like it's like a little bit above what the Indian GDP suggests, but still 140 or Indonesian. Oh, maybe. And what's that number? Like a little lower than Philippines. Mm. So that's 6 times lower than the United States. 6 times lower than the United States. $9. 135. Let's say you afford a little bit better gear and stuff, and let's assume the same tax rate, so maybe $15. 170. Oh yeah, that's a little bit more reasonable. So I guess the conclusion is if you live in a like a cheaper country, you can charge more reasonably. Six times buying power. Yeah, yeah. I guess that might be seen as an unfair advantage against people from higher earning countries. It's like, is it fair for me to charge $1,000? I don't know. Some people, so I've gotten a lot of not a lot. I gotten a few complaints saying I'm way overcharging. Like people are the tone of the DMs are like who do you think you are? Like why are you charging $1,000? You're basically robbing people. Like, but you don't have to buy it. Like it's not like I'm fixing the price of your local bakery up to $1,000 for a piece of bread. Like you can look at the art, you don't have to buy it. Like and I've recommended people to other artists. I'll be like, oh, like they're like, oh, can you do this and that? I'm like, if it's not within your budget range, that's fine. I can like there are other artists with a like a style that you might like that you can buy from, and you should go commission them. So this brings me back to the pricing of art. So pricing art this way. This is the minimum of how you price. So let's say I do the US this box. because I'm in the United States. As an artist, you price art, the finished piece, based on, either maybe its historical importance, what it stands for the client, what you feel like you should charge, because it's like you're putting uh like part of your biases, your preference, and your expertise in it. So that's very hard to price, like that part. So this is only for minimum wage. Oops. Minimum. So for minimum wage US, 1K, So let's do US and Philippines for uh example. Because a lot of people are from these two areas. Not as many from India or other countries, but very many artists from like Philippines and United States. And they're very different prices. But if I'm an artist, I might think I have a brand. Let's say I have a brand or I have an artistic voice, and I want to price that in. I feel like I should charge more because I'm losing a piece of myself when I draw art, whatever poetic thing they want to say about their own art. They might charge for presentation. They might charge for like inspirational fee. Like a lot of people name different things. Like it takes me blood and sweat and soul to make art. Maybe I don't fully agree with that, but I think it's arguable because art is a pretty personal thing. So if you have a branding, so you know how like you buy Nike shoes, it's not really better than, let's say, an off-brand shoes, like I don't want to call like Skechers. If you're in the United States, Skechers shoes are cheaper than Nike shoes because Nike is a bigger brand. Adidas is a bigger brand. Adidas charge more per shoe for their like latest model. This is the same thing. If you're an artist and you have kind of a brand, you're like, oh, my style is unique, my voice is unique, so I need to charge more. You don't figure that in here in the minimum. So it's like the artistic tax here. We might add another, plus $500 or something, plus $100. And there's no rule on this, like how much you want to price, but if you don't add this thing, then you only getting paid what you figured in terms of minimum. So this stuff right here is labor. Let's spell it this way. Labor. So I don't think it fully reflects art as a career if you only charge for labor. Because that's the same as like making coffee, it's the same as painting a wall. Uh if you're a famous coffee maker, yeah, you'll charge premium. If you're famous, whatever it is, you'll charge premium. But if you're not, if you're just like a typical labor, it's like your part-time job to put vegetable on a like supermarket shelf, then it's just labor because they don't care about the finesse of putting vegetables. Now, if you operate like a bougie vegetable shop, it's like farmer's market, and you take pride in your work. You want to stack the apples in the best way possible. You like color organize the apples by saturation, and it looks nice to you. Then yeah, you charge the artistic tax sometimes, or like skill labor. Yes, like skill labor. Um, but a lot of people don't do this. So if you don't do that, I feel like that's incomplete, like a price, and that means my charging is incomplete. So if I were to charge in an ideal world, I would charge $1,555, right, for a minimum amount of work for a typical painting commission. Would people pay this money? Most people would not pay this money. I would get zero commissions or nearly zero commissions because I triple the price of the most expensive commission commissioning artists on VGen. Like nobody on VGen is charging this money for illustrations. I don't think you can find a single one. So yeah. So I guess the moral of the story is move to a cheaper country, unfortunately. Any questions? I think that's been mentioned already, like moving to a cheaper country. But not everybody wants to live in the cheapest country they can move to. Like, do I want to live in Southeast Asia? No, because I hate the weather. That's you can't make me like the weather, so I won't move there. So if you live on a farm, that's great. Do you get commissions constantly? This is my primary, like, artist being an artist is a primary job for me. Do I get commissions constantly? No, I do not, because first of all, I do not advertise commissions. I put the links up there, but I don't make posts about it. If people ask me about commissions, then I send them to the VGen page. Otherwise, I don't. So I don't get commissions very often. And that's on purpose. I don't want to get commissions. I do not want to get, so most people don't want to get commissions, but they do it because they have to pay bills. Now, I should do more commissions because I have a hard time paying bills. I'm not swimming in money. I want to do art on my own terms very strongly. I feel very strongly about it. So I don't want to do commissions. How do you charge based on skill level? That's a tough question. So I think of like uh it's an actuarial question. So let's look at rates. Let's say market rate. And we'll only do United States because I don't want to do yeah. That's accountants. Oh my god, if I can please just write accountant. What do accountants make? Let's do market rate for year experience. Let's assume you're pretty hardworking and your progression is on average, like market average, right? Yeah, I'm planning to buy the Sun next week, so see you then. So 0 year well, let's say 1 year experience because zero is not. Actually, yeah, let's do 0 year experience. So you've never done anything. 1 year experience, and then 5 year experience, and then 10 year. I think this is a pretty good spread. Or 3 year. Let's do 5 years, and then 10. I think after 10 years it levels out. It's just like kind of you plateau on earnings. So accountant 0 years, your rate is about $15 an hour. After 1 year, you might get raised to like $20 an hour. And then 5 years, I would say you probably make about, if you're good, like 65K, maybe 70K now adjusted for inflation. So it's $35 an hour. It's a pretty big bump. 10 years, you might be making maybe 100K if you're in a very good situation. So that's $50 an hour. That's 20 years. 20 years experience. After 20 years, let's assume you don't get into a different job position. Like accounting is like an accounting manager, but you don't get into like CFO or director or whatever. So you're still an accountant. You might be paid like $60 an hour at best, right? Let's not talk about bonuses. Yeah, accounting. If you're like fresh graduate, you kind of you kind of float between internships and accounting jobs, like basic data entry jobs. So it's not really an accountant. You don't stop. You don't start at accounting. You start somewhere else. But you are in a accountant progression. Okay. So commission is not something you like a lot. No, commission is not something anybody likes a lot. If anybody says I love commissions, they're lying to you. They like the money from the commission. They don't like commissioning. No artist would want to draw for another person's idea more than their own. That's not saying, oh, hate all people who commission photos or images or whatever art. That just means each artist has their own voice that they want to draw for, not other people's voice. It's only natural, right? But a lot of people would say, to put it like plainly, they tolerate commissions. But a lot of people like they don't really care. They're like, commissions are nice because I get to draw, and they have perspective because maybe they worked as an accountant before, and they realize how much that job sucks for them. Some people really like accounting, some people don't. Maybe they've mowed grass before and they really don't like the mindless work. And at least if they do commission, it might still be kind of mindless for most of the part. But at least they get to draw. So in comparison, they're like, yeah, I don't really dislike commissions. Like compared to other jobs, this is great. So when I say tolerate, I don't mean like, oh, they're like biting their teeth and like chaining themselves to the desk. They just mean like, oh, yeah, I'd rather be painting other things, but I have to do this for money, and I don't really dislike it. So how can I how can I be fast at drawing? So this is from Twitch chat. How can I be fast at drawing? You can be fast at drawing by moving your hand really fast. That's one way. The other way is like knowing exactly what you need to draw. I've been streaming a lot less because I've been busy. And so for people joining recently, I'll show the painting that I was working on. I showed earlier. I'll go through it again. But let's get this going. The accountant, doctor. Um, I think first year you're making. Let's not count residency. Do people know how much doctors make? I know how much pharmacists make. I think doctors on first year they make about the same, so $60 an hour, maybe. I can't imagine doctors getting paid less than that. Now you have to figure out like malpractice insurance and whatever. So I'm talking like family doctor, you might make 60, assuming you're getting hired by a institution, not opening your own practice. I'll talk about mentorship later in a bit. Yeah, some people bite teeth when they bite their lips when they're doing comms because not because they're too excited, because they really don't like it. But okay, 1 year, I'm just making up numbers right now. Maybe $90 an hour, and then 5 years maybe 120 and 150. And if they have 20-year experience, they're specialists, they might charge like $200 an hour, right? Oh, thanks for the big more money. So that fund is gonna go into me buying the sun. I want to own the sun so I can, I don't know, turn it off because it's too hot. Okay, so doctor is this price. If any price is way too off, just correct me. This is US prices per hour, so hourly rate. Can I paint Ganyu in the sun? Uh, when I buy the sun, I'll guarantee I will paint Ganyu on the sun. No, sorry, you can't taste the sun. It's gonna be mine. Okay, doctor. What about what's a skilled worker? Plumbers. Plumbers get paid pretty well. Or like construction worker, plumber is an example. Plumbers get paid pretty well. 0 year experience, you're a so you're an apprentice. You get paid 15 an hour as an apprentice. Actually, yeah, it's more like 12 an hour. Uh, and then 1 year you get paid maybe like 18 an hour. 5 years, you're a journeyman or a foreman. You probably get paid like 30 an hour. 10 years, it's most likely gonna be like that. And then 20, that's assume you don't open your own business. Like 50, $60 an hour. Let's say $60 an hour because plumbers get pretty well. Engineers, I don't know what engineers get paid, and there's so many type of engineers. So let's say structural engineer for blueprints for commercial buildings. When you start out, because you have the ME stamp, you have the mechanical engineering stamp, you can charge pretty good money. So first year coming out, you're probably getting charged like 40 bucks an hour. And then that probably doesn't change much. Actually, I don't think that changes much. So that's just flatline this at 60 because they only care about the stamp. You have expertise, but I think that flattens pretty quickly. Yeah, actually, you might. I'm trying to remember how much I got. My boss got charged for engineering work. You can work pretty fast, but yeah. Okay, so is that enough? Uh, Software engineer is such a bad example right now because software engineer it's kind of like a collapsing bubble after the whole COVID and AI. But we'll put software engineer in here. Software. This is structural, so let's say a mechanical engineer. I know it's different, but software. So because I want to use S for software engineer. When you come out, starting salary maybe 25 because 50K a year, right? If you're new, 50K a year, in the US, programmer. Oh man, you're getting lowballed. Which country? Alpha Prima. Which country are you? Astronaut. Yeah, there's not that many astronauts. Slovenia. Okay, well, I don't know Slovenia dollars. I know like in Southeast Asia and Japan even, software engineer gets paid like nothing. But okay. So this is okay. US. This is US. And then uh first year software engineer, maybe actually I know these data. 70K. 5 year experience, you're probably like senior. You pay about 100K. 10 years, you're probably principal, or at least like yeah, you're probably principal, which gets paid like 150K. So that's like 75 bucks. And then 20 years, you probably like it's hard to not be director or some kind of high upper end manager. Probably getting paid like 200 plus. So let's say 120 because I've seen these numbers. Bank robbers. That fluctuates a lot. Depends on how good you are. Yeah. Okay. Uh, any other? Okay. Mm, any other field that we're interested in? I've been drawing for 17 years, but my professional experience is not that long. But I've been training for quite a while. So artist, 0 year experience. Let's say from the beginning of training. not like when you start selling, beginning of training. As in, actually, that's a not a fair comparison because accountants have to study. So this is 4 years. This is 4 years, and then this is 8 years. Plumber is actually zero because you can start as an apprentice. This is 4 to 8 years. Let's say 6 years if you're fast. This is 4 years. So let's say artist is plus four. You train for 3 years. Say you draw for 4 years before you start. It's like base. After 4 years, when you start doing commissions, how much do you think people charge? $10 an hour? Yeah. And then after 1 year, you're kind of like working, let's say you work in studio. Probably get paid like 30K, so 15. And then 5 years, you're probably like, we're not talking about AAA. AAA's they pay like whack money. Uh, Talking like studios, but also not like anime studios, not riot artists. So like B tier studios or A tier studios. Yeah, it depends on individual skill. I'm talking about average. So like let's say your progression is average in the industry of art. 5 years, you're probably like maybe you've gotten hit senior artist. You might get paid like 60K, right? 30. 10 years, you might be senior or principal. If you're really good, you probably hit principal. So like not principal in like Riot or something, because those guys are like top tier, right? And most people progression is not that fast. So like if you're maybe principal or concept artist, like lead artist for whatever field, you might be paid like, I wish I had these data. I just don't have friends. Uh 80K. I've seen this number, but this is a while ago. So maybe 90K, $45. And then 20 year, I really don't know what 20-year experience artists get paid. Like 60? Let's just assume 60. Random number. So I think this is a good direction to how to price your stuff. So if I'm drawing for 17 years, I'll be somewhere right here. That's what it is. So somewhere here. So $50. So 17 years is figured, actually it will be 13 on here because 4 years is training. So let's assume 4 years training, 13 years. Well, I mean, there's outliers. I think Craig Mullins might be an outlier. Also, like Sakimi is an outlier. She makes like a mil a year. Uh, at peak, maybe more than a mil a year before tax. So that's hard to say. So $50 an hour. Uh, I think it's fair. So how do we figure out like demand and price? I think we have to look at like how, like a lot of people don't like talking about this, but skill level within the industry. So if you're really skilled, you can command a higher price. If you're not skilled, then it's difficult to command a higher price because if it's easier for a commission, like a client, whether it's like a company or a person, to find someone of equal skill level as you, then now you're competing with all these people. Like they're gonna find the lowest price at the same skill level. It applies to me, it applies to everybody else. Like just because I have a bigger following on social doesn't really play that big of a part in, like it does play a huge part in how many commissions I can get per price point, but if someone's spending $1,000, they're probably gonna try to find the best like skill they can find, unless they're buying a brand. Brand is difficult. But it does exist and it's sometimes good to talk about. Yeah, 17 years starts at the very beginning. So I started taking art more seriously like 5 to 6 years ago, but I took it pretty seriously. At least like part of the art, like the fundamentals, some of the fundamentals, not even all of them. So I would say if I'm being super fair, most people in this 4 years, they're messing around. They're not they're not locked in, right? Like how many people do you see like they jump into art, they're like, oh dude, I'm gonna grind really hard. And it's like I've never drawn before, but I'm like, I'm gonna be so locked in, like my life depends on it. Nobody. And it's good because you're supposed to have fun in art. So you're not studying like an accountant, you're not studying like a doctor, or even a plumber. Plumbers work pretty hard, like right from the get-go. Uh, any contract, any construction jobs, they work pretty hard from the beginning. So 4 years, you kind of like you burn the first 4 years. In fact, for me, I burned the first 10 years. I wasn't really playing. I was playing around. I wasn't really focused. And until COVID, I think COVID is when I started like, oh, I need to focus. I need to try to like put more effort because I realized how good people are. I was like, dude, these guys are putting in like, if you think about a industry artist, they go into the work. Obviously, they have meetings, they have talks, they chat, they might screw around a little bit, but they're putting in 8 hours a day of probably drawing on most days. They're drawing for 8 hours a day. It's not like they're training to get better, but at least they're moving their pen. Not a lot of people train for 8 hours a day, but they are putting a lot of mileage. So those guys that come out of art school and then they jump into this, they are getting much better training. They're getting mentorships from their peers or their seniors, and they jumpstart pretty quickly. So I messed around for the first 10 years. So first 10 years, let's say from here to here, like five. So first 9 years. I should have been charging $30, but I wasn't because I just screwed around, right? Dave Raposa. Yeah, I mean, the world is a big place. There's a lot of people. And there's gonna be some people out there that's just like they go in like max effort. My main source of revenue. So I teach a class in person in like I rented a space. I teach a workshop. Most of my students are like literal kids, and I teach them how to paint, oil paint, acrylic paint, digital paint. That's my main source of income. I also do like commissions, contract work, and so basically I'm a freelancer, and I do conventions whenever I can. And now I do mentorships, so online mentorships. It's kind of a plug now. Now that you brought it up, I do one-on-two, one-on-one mentorships. Maybe I'll increase the scale of it in the future. So if you pay me a huge sum of money, like $1 billion, I'll mentor you one-on-one or one-on-two with other students, on Discord, streaming on Discord. I might move some of that to YouTube. I'm not sure, like membership stuff, but uh, yeah. Are markers super popular? So a lot of younger kids, like 7-year-olds, they like to grab markers. They're like, I don't want to use paint, I want to use markers because like colors come out immediately, right? So like, ooh, colors. Um, do you recommend this lifestyle to an average person? No, no, absolutely not. Like if you come to me and be like, oh, should I be an artist? The immediate answer is no. You should not be an artist. Like if you're asking that question, you shouldn't be an artist. You only become an artist because you can't imagine yourself doing anything else. You're like, dude, I have to be an artist. Then maybe you should be an artist. Otherwise, do something else, like go be a doctor or something. Go, fix roads and be a plumber. Really stable job. Art is like the anti-meta. It's like the reverse of a meta. Can I play you? No, I'm buying the sign. You can't pay me what I own. Uh, have a billion line. Yeah, yeah, good, good. A billion US dollars, by the way. It's the artist the artist meta is actually not being an artist. So a lot of people's recommendations like keep art as a like a hobby and go be something else, make some money, go be an accountant or something, and then paint on the side like for fun. And that's reasonable because the moment you make art your main income, their main source of income or your only source of income, then now you're getting pressure to do commissions and you might end up hating art really quickly. So I'm trying to ration my patience by putting my commission prices reasonably. This is reasonable commission prices, $1,000 per commission. That's already discounted. So I'm charging a rate of $50 an hour. I'm figuring out depreciation. I'm figuring out tax. So really, I'm only making $750 per painting. People might think it's really high, but really, we talked about this. It's reasonable for my state, for my country. Is it too high for people? Yes, but you don't have to buy paintings. Painting is a luxury. So it's like, do I need a PS5? No. Do I need a 4090 graphics card? Probably not. So do you need a painting? No, no. What are your mentorship rates? So right now my rates are discounted because the first session, it's not open anymore, but the first session I just wanted to get some students started. So I did a discounted rate of 12-week mentorship. So okay, let me write this down. So mentorship. 12 weeks. 1.5 hours per week. $800. Okay, I'm sure this thing will come up, but yeah, 5090. It's yeah, 5090. I forgot. I've been living in 2024. So that price is really low, and if you figure it's gonna be 1-on-2 mentorship classes sessions. So this is what is this? 18 hours of instruction for $800. What's the number on that? Uh, $44 per hour. So you're paying 44 per hour. But what I make is 30% less than that. So it's probably like 30, let's say maybe minus deductions. So $35 per hour. That's what I'm charging for mentorship, which is, you can notice it's less than my commissions. And I'm okay with charging this because I like talking and teaching about art. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll charge less. And I don't want to, I don't want people with less income to be like, oh, the mentorship is too expensive, so I can't learn art. I want to make it somewhat affordable. It is 1-on-2, so we double that, but sometimes I run through the time and between classes, so I schedule classes like this. And I still have to do like critiques after that. You have to figure out like, do I have to study your portfolio? I have to study your style. I have to prepare materials. So it's not just the class time. So if I have 1.5 hour class, I'm probably spending like much more time than that per class. So I forgot what I was drawing this line for. Anyway, I think it was for like the time usage. Anyway, it's like before and after I have to prepare, and if anybody pings me for questions or critiques, I give those. So this estimate is probably not that far away. Oh, right, right. I remember what I was doing. So I have class. So this would be session 1, and then break for me, and then session 2. But realistically, this will run like that, and then I get less break, and then this will start a little bit early and then run a little bit longer. So really, I'm you gotta figure out all the overheads for time. So and all the students are different, so you kind of it's not like clocking in and out normal work. You just like clock in at 9, and then you clock out at 5, and then even normal work you have to figure out, like you have to drive home. There's overhead. You have to drive home. You have to clock out. You have to walk to your car. You go home. You might be tired. You take a shower or whatever. So you take all that time out. It's just the companies are scamming you. They're not paying you the full amount of committed time. So, how to improve art with a super tiring job? Yeah. So I want to move to somewhere cheap, like Japan, please. Japan sounds nice, but they're super xenophobic, and their immigration. I don't want to get too political, but their immigration rules are tighter and tighter. I wanted to move to the Netherlands, but that's even more expensive. What country would I even move to? That's the thing. Like, I can't think of any country I would want to move to. So, okay, your point, I can do art remotely, so why do I live in a more expensive country? I teach in person. I teach kids in person, like workshops. So if I go somewhere else, then I have to open a workshop there, and that's the whole thing. Uh, I don't know if I want to live in the countries that are listed. The Canadian is very cheap. So Vancouver, for example, not very cheap. And I don't like living in cities. Spain is not too expensive. Yeah, maybe move to China. China was uh China was a consideration for me, but as far as I've heard, Chinese economy is not that good. So if I want to try to like teach art there, I might not make it. So I teach both traditional and digital in person. Brazil is dangerous but fun. Yeah, I don't want to get too dangerous. Singapore is expensive. What? Singapore is expensive, right? You get closer to the Masters. That's true. Yeah. Turkey, isn't that like Europe politics is a bit messy, just like how US politics is a bit messy, so I guess that's not really an excuse. But yeah, Taiwan maybe. Maybe. I don't like how hot it is, but I've considered Taiwan. Uh, Again, political reasons, maybe not the most ideal place to move to right now. Germany is fun and safe. I heard there's some political issues in Germany that's developing recently as well. I mean, every country has their problems, but you know, I've been to Japan, and from what I've seen and researched about other countries, I think that's the least downside. I think. Finland, ooh, I do like Finland. I do like Finland. It's one of my top choices. I like the Norwegian countries. So there's only one Norwegian countries. I'm talking about like the northern part, like Denmark, Sweden. Yes, but Sweden's expensive, right? And we can talk about this all day. You guys can search it up. Like, if it's expensive and nice, yeah, but then there's not much of a difference financially. If it's cheap and it's not nice, then I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking of yeah, that's why I'm buying the sun with the commission money that I'm making. Gonna buy the sun, and obviously, if I buy the sun, I get all the other planets. So maybe Mars, to Mars before Elon Musk takes over. Finland does sound really nice. Yeah, I don't know. I think Sunako is in Finland. Could be misremembering, but I heard nice things about Finland. Oh, one requirement. I like Asian food and I like boba. If the place doesn't have boba, at least I have to have access to boba materials so I can make it myself. Poland is an interesting choice, yeah. But yeah, Finland's 5 to 20 times as expensive as certain development. Oh my God. Yeah, I know Sweden and Finland is not cheap, so it's I'm kind of screwed there as well. So yeah, no real solutions unless I want to live in like yeah, sure. If I live in India, I could probably live like a king and you know charge very little. If I charge like half my price, like if I charge like $400 and $400, or let's charge Philippines money, which is a third, like maybe a third, or a fifth. Almost a fifth. So 4.4 times less. So let's say I charge $300. I'm making 12, let's say $13 an hour, 13 per hour. In If I make 13 an hour in India, I'm probably doing pretty well. Spain. I heard Spanish food is really good. Never been there. Nice weather. Oh, yeah, I have to visit Europe one of these days. Yeah, C is meta. So you see a lot of competing prices. Like if you go on Vision, let's go on Vision again. If you go on Vision, right? Most of these guys are in C because they are such competitive prices that nobody else can compare. Let's look at a rent. Ooh, maybe this one's not in C. I don't know. $100, $100 for full illustration. So let's go here and then oh, Russia. Okay. But where are you? Maybe just straight up Russian. Also lower cost of living, right? Let's see. I'm gonna just click random ones. Vietnamese. I think Vietnamese. I saw VI. So what about you? You can EN uh I don't know from where. I don't know from where. Sometimes you can't find out. Local time 8 what? 8 a.m. What does that mean? This is like Hawaii or something? Huh? 3 hours. Alaska? Hawaii? What is 8 a.m. right now? What about you? What about you? 12 p.m. 12 p.m. Oh, that's like central. That's weird. Okay. Yeah. Mountain time, not central. My bad. Mountain time. Doxing people. Doxing people. Where they at? Street no information. I feel like this is not a rainbow stream. Ooh. We can look at who is commenting. There's like no country information on these. Okay, hard to figure out. Yeah, some people don't put the countries. But dude, come on. What is this? $100 for commercial personal? $35 for this? Dude, I'm just gonna flip tables if I keep looking at these prices. But these got to be C prices. There's no way this is United States. Unless they're like a kid or something. Like any of these prices, it's like, dude, $70. So, oh, thanks for the donation. Wait a second. Oh my god, I'm closer to buying the sun, guys. The cold country. Yeah, I do want good internet. I don't want to move to Korea. I know it has great food, but I feel like Korean culture is like I just get ostracized, and they judge on like based on like our experience, our appearance, not experience, our appearance. They're like very big on that. So I'm like, I don't know if I like that. Hologram of the no, it's gotta be the actual sun. Yeah. So, anyway, I've explained the way I charge money. $50 an hour. So if a painting takes me 200 hours, how much would I charge? So 200-hour painting, $50 an hour, $50 per hour. What's just that? $10,000 minimum. $10,000 plus tax, $13,000 plus material. Let's say material and rental, we're at $15,000. This painting, minimum. This is minimum price, $15,000. Am I getting paid $15,000? I'll just say no. And 200 hours is a minimum. I can't do it faster than 200 hours because it's huge. So for any of you guys that wasn't here when I was showing this, let's see how many guys haven't seen this. Yeah, let's do a poll. Were you here when I showed? It depends on this, whether or not I talk about this again. I don't want to repeat too many things. Yeah, so 20K would be a labor price wise, it would be a reasonable price. Because this is not considering 200 hours is not considering prep time, travel time, material procurement time, research time. So all that time included. Like I said, 15K is minimum. If you guys ever price a meal. And yeah, usually this will take you. So let's say it takes me 200 hours, but really, ideally, or not ideally, realistically, this thing will take you, let's say 3 months, or let's say 2 months full time. That's 2 over 12 months. So that's 1/6 yearly wage. If I plan to get paid $100,000 based on my skill, and I don't because it's hard to make money as a artist, then this painting should be worth 100 or not 100, $18,000 approximately. Wait, 17,000, which is 16. 17, right under. Well, yeah, well, minus material costs plus $3,000 material and rental and whatever. Like if you need to rent a truck, if you need to rent a scaffold, if you need to buy a scaffold, yeah. So 20,000, pretty close in terms of pricing this. So let's see how many people weren't here when I 60 votes, 30 people was not here. Okay, that's enough people for me to talk about it again. So this painting is pretty big, and the reason why I say it's 20,000, it should be $20,000, is because a lot of prep work. So I can do this really fast, so it doesn't really take me more than a day to do the prep work, maybe 2 days to do the prep work. But if you're not really fast, then even the prep work itself might take you a week. So yeah, and these materials, these things cost a lot of money. So scaffolds, this scaffolding, this costs a lot of money. See these wheels right here? These wheels. $350 for a set of wheels. This ladder, $300. Obviously, you can reuse the ladder. This thing, the laser thing, $700. And then the scaffolding is usually 1 to 2K, right? And if you rent it, it's still gonna be 1K. And then, truck rental, if you have to do it like 3 times, it's gonna be like $300. And then gas, driving back and forth, and food, because you eat during the painting process. So, and then oil paint, and then varnish. A bottle of varnish to cover this is gonna be like $100. So, so this is the sketch, and then this is, more sketch, and then this is almost, where is it? Huh? I don't know where I put it. It's gone. Ah, there you go. So this is like the current face. So if you look into this, it's kind of blurry. There's these patterns. It goes a little bit like this. Now, why do I know the pattern? Because I painted it. So each of these patterns have to be in perspective and the right size. So if we draw perspective lines, they all line up nicely. Oh, I did it too high. It's supposed to be here. They're all supposed to line up nicely. And then this is a lot of prep work, but also if you want to hand draw these things, everything needs to be perspective, and it's difficult to do. The tax write-off for food is only 50% for meals, so it's not like it's free. but there is tax write-off for these things like material cost and gas rental stuff. It's a deduction of the rental the revenue, but it's not like they give you the price back. Like the government doesn't just like, oh, you're gonna spend like $500 on materials, we'll just give you $500 cash. They don't front the entire money, they only take less tax. So yeah. And uh yeah, unfortunately a lot more work into putting into this work uh than it looks. I mean, it looks like a lot of work, but it's actually more more than it looks. Might be a stupid question, but is it important to learn doing line art if I don't like doing it, but want to work in the art industry? It takes too much time, and my initial sketch loses its authenticity. So that was in my colossal class. I talked about why art loses authenticity when you line it, but should you learn line art? It's an important skill. Now, do you need clean line art to work in the industry? No, it depends on what you work on. If you're a concept artist, you can paint your entire way. Now, if you're a splash artist, you probably can't avoid line art. Probably. I say that because it depends on what IP you work on. If the IP you work on is like League of Legends, like somehow you just got into that without any prior experience, then you don't need line art. You don't need it, but it still helps to have it. Well, I made it 80% accounting because people are interested in pricing and commissions because a lot of you are artists. Let me actually read the Twitch chat because I haven't checked it. Twitter, that's the question. I don't know how to answer that. Yes, Twitter. I guess. No, we're only talking about tax because you have to increase your price based on the amount of tax you're about to lose to the evil overlords. Unfortunately, tax evasion is not always an option. In fact, it should probably never be an option. But yeah, if you're gonna commit tax fraud and you can justify it, which is really hard to justify, then yeah, I guess you can charge lower. But I think we want to look at taxes as to figure in the price because it's correct. So that's why we do this stuff. Any questions for your personal 1099 income tax lecture? It's not really a tax lecture. It's more like a pricing and logistic lecture. Oh, you guys shouldn't be giving money for Shin's McDonald's. Bad. That's not good. They're not logged in already. Why would you reward bad behavior? Everybody knows this. You should not reward bad behavior. From a fairness and labor perspective, it should definitely be worth 20K, but I feel for very uncommercial style. So probably why it's kind of unfair. Seems like it's more about marketing than mastery. So okay, so the reason why people charge big money for, let's say, splash art for in-house use is because they make money from it. Now, does this painting make money for the church? If someone comes to the church, they might make a donation. If we look at this from a revenue standpoint, obviously there might be preservation values for paintings like this, like Last Supper. It has significance for the religion, so people might just think that in itself is worth money. But you can also argue that they want people to join the faith, so they want to spend money advertising. That's why churches advertise on like forums and media. So it makes sense for them to spend money sometimes. Like this has commercial value. No, no, it's not just money they're getting back. They also want people to come to their church. That's worth money to them. It's like their faith, the whole Christianity deal is like they want to convert as many people as possible. It's value to them, like whether it's for personal satisfaction or for like the faith itself. Like, oh, I want to save as many people as possible, so I want to spend money to do that. Then there is value that's like it's like transactional to them. So if I do this thing, if I do this thing and it gets more people to convert, then it's worth me spending the money. That's why they have DJs and like church gatherings. That's why they have food in church gatherings. They want to spend money to attract people to come in and read the Bible and convert them because that's what their mission is. So if spending money can get them closer to the or to carry out more of the mission, then that's why they call them missions. Then yeah, then it has commercial value, I guess, for the lack of better words. Yeah, I mean for free, yes, but they pay with their time. They could have otherwise been making money, but they pay with their time and then they do the 10% donation so they can carry out these like financial transactions with the outside world. It's not like they're like completely separated from the rest of the world. How do millionaires manage their tax? Well, they don't pay it, so that's how. I don't know. I don't know. You have to ask a millionaire. Is it for a local church? It is for a local church. I have not branched out to where I'm like Mr. International yet. So local for now. How much time should I spend studying art per day and while studying your Colossa and Colosso? And on average, how fast would I see improvements if I really study every day? I don't know where you're at. So I've okay. Let me pull a related graphic. See if I can find it. Aha, okay. So here is a graph I made by proxy, you guys. Made for you guys. So here's the amount of time in years you spend and how you improve skill. This is an arbitrary scale, of course. But let's say this is 5 years, right? This is 15 years. Let's assume this is years. Once you grind, let's assume like you're full gas grind, no break, and you do 5 years. Your initial skill will rise pretty fast. Like this is like 70%, right? Let's say this is 70%. And then this is like 100% potential. So for the individual, this is 70% potential. So after 5 years, you probably hit 70% potential. Like it doesn't matter how much harder you grind, you're not gonna be like double your skill level. Arbitrarily. Let me end the poll real quick. So after 5 years of grind, you're about 70%. So let's say you are right here. You are here. You are at what is this? 1.8 years. You are 1 year and what was that, 9 months and 20 days in, something like that. You're right here. You're pretty new. Your skill level is maybe you're maybe 10% of your potential. And if you should just do like one more year. Let's say you go up to like 3 years. This is 3 years. You'll go up to like 50% potential. So you would say, oh, within the last 1.5 year, I've become 5 times better at art. If I grinded really hard, I will become 5 times better at art. And then you spend another, this is another 2 years. You spend another 2 years. And you're like, okay, I only went from 50% to 70%. I haven't even doubled my skill, even though I spent an extra 2 years. So this is why I can't answer you like, oh, how fast am I going to improve? I don't know. I don't know where you're at. And let's say you start at the age of 15. You're 15 years old. Actually, I've seen a lot of people start like, let's say 14 years old. You start drawing at 14. You start doodling. You're like 0 skill level. After 1.8 years, actually, it might be shorter than that. This graph might be steeper. After 1.8 years, you're gonna be at 10% because you're not focused, you're not locked in. No matter how hard you try, how hard you thought you tried, at the age of 15.8, you're not locked in. So you are at 10% of your potential. If you really grinded, maybe you're at like 20% of your potential. If you really thought you grinded. But there's other factors like, oh, you have to go to school, your parents are not letting you draw. You have a steep schedule. You gotta play with your friends. You gotta act like you're social even when you're not. So that's what do we call that? Hours not locked in per day. That's a lot of hours. A lot of hours not locked in per day. See, I know at least one person who's not locked in. This is there's at least one person who's not locked in. And we'll put this person, let's dox this person, but actually for privacy purposes, right? For privacy purposes. We'll redact this. We'll redact it so you guys can't see it. Right. So we have one person, at least one person who's not locked in. A lot of hours. It's lots of hours not locked in per day. So that's why they get stuck here. But really, if you really think about it, they're not stuck. They're just like their progression is going to be exponential for the next couple of years until they hit like a plateau. And the plateau will hit pretty soon. It depends on how locked in they are. And even if they're 100% locked in, they're still going to hit that plateau. It's just how fast they get here. So once they get here, right, the increase is like this. Like I think it's like modal. So you have like these waves of improvement. Why is this? You don't see it here. Actually, you do see it here. The stuff here is like this. Because every time you do a painting, you'll have these moments where you increase. Or every time you figure out a concept, there's moments that increases. But it gets evened out here. Like it gets spread out here because it takes a lot of study. Like you might study for 1 year, and then after 1 year, there's a sudden moment, like these moments where it clicks, and then you get these really big bumps in improvement. At least that's what I feel as I approach like 17 years of drawing. So I'm somewhere here, and I'm only here because I've wasted a lot of time. I'm not locked in. Like that one guy who's redacted. This little bro here, who's not locked in. So I'm here. I was here, and I was not locked in. Right. And so you get to this part where it's like late stage improvement. You still see improvements. Like whenever I see improvement, I was like, oh, dude, there's like a 2% improvement. It's crazy. So these might be like 2% jumps or 1% jumps, and that's insane. So how fast will you improve? Like depends on how locked in you are and where you are on the graph. I was like, this would be a graph of a pretty locked in person from the start. Like fairly locked in. Like in the beginning, nobody can lock in because you're just drawing for fun. You're figuring out what you like. You don't actually want to lock in too early. So a lot of people think, oh, like when I get started, I'm gonna like log in super hard and I'm just gonna get really good. I don't care in what. I'm just gonna get really good, like one of those Riot artists. But what if you don't actually like Splash Riot? Like you get here, you're like, oh dude, I've been locked in so hard, and I get here, and let's say this redacted. Uh, let's bring this guy up. This is important that we. Huh? We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Okay. This guy. So this guy locks in really hard. It does splash art. Let's say they do splash art. They get here after 3 years of grind. And then they say, "Oh, I actually hate splash art. I want to do landscapes. I want to do flowers or whatever." They actually wasted some of these times. Some of the fundamentals are gonna stick, but now you have to like start from here again. Yeah. So not locked in the beginning is good. It's censored, yeah, yeah. So people won't know who it is. Nobody would actually know because it's censored. Uh, well, I'm not saying well it is you, but we don't want people to know that because we want to censor that. Well, okay, like I'm drawing character portraits. I'm just drawing character portraits, and I'm not locked in. I'm locked in, but maybe I don't want to draw character portraits. That's why in the beginning, in the first few years, these like first 4 years, first few years, I don't know how many years. Maybe you only need 1 year. You play around a little bit. You just like just try different things. You might try like character art, try like drawing flowers. Maybe you draw vases, draw design work. So character design, you design OCs, you write stories, bunch of stuff, and then you figure out what you actually want to improve on. And I tell this to all my mentorship students. You gotta figure out what you want. So yeah. Now where in the skill curve does this redacted fall? I can't tell. I can't tell. Is redacted at 10% or is little bro at 50% of their potential? I don't know. Like it's hard to tell what someone's potential is, and maybe there's no way to tell. You can only see how fast they're growing and like what their current artistic vision is. Now you can't tell what their future experiences will be, and that would shape how high this skill ceiling is or artistic ceiling. I don't want to say actually maybe just skill ceiling. Um, where is said redacted on the graph? Uh, in skill. Oh, in skill. Well, I don't know what your potential is. But okay, let's define how we judge skill. Skill is like this. Skill and fundamentals. How well can I draw a box? How well can I draw a box in different perspective? How well can I shade it? What's my size of visual like visual like library, my visual library space. How much things do I need? So like for example, Kim Jung-gi has a really big visual library. He can draw a bunch of stuff from memory, just like from memory. And some artists can't do that, so they would have lower skill in that narrow aspect. But he's also really strong in perspective. So you have to figure out like how strong is this redacted little bro? How strong is his fundamentals in terms of like can he draw like can I draw a box like this? And then I say I wanna rotate it, this way. So this point would come here, right? So this point would come here, and then we'll draw a new box that's rotated. Actually, let's rotate it even more. Like, how strong is this ability? And this dot would be here. And then the ability to do fisheye. So if I want to draw the same box, but in exaggerated perspective, so fisheye perspective, I might be somewhere like this, right? So these things are, I guess it's like part of fundamentals. So because redacted dude here cannot draw perspective, the fundamental itself would be kind of low on the graph, right? So it'd be like maybe let's do an arbitrary value. So here. Is that a bad thing? No, not necessarily. It means if they learn some of the fundamentals that are missing, they would go back into this curve where they immediately jump. Now, if they don't want to learn fundamentals, then it becomes like this, right? I think we lost plot. What was the question? How fast would you improve? Someone asked me, how fast would you improve if you were to do my colossal class or study a certain amount of hours per day? So studying a certain amount of hours per day just squeezes this timeline. So if this timeline is for people who study 6 hours per day, and you only study 3 hours per day, so this becomes 60 years. This becomes half, so 10 years, or no, not half, 40 years. 40 years, and then this becomes 20 years. So after 20 years, you'll reach this point. So instead of this point, you'll reach this point. So someone who's 20 years in might be at 90% potential. And then if you only spend 3 hours a day, you might only be at 80% potential. So you might say, oh yeah, that's only a 10% difference. Well, yeah, when you get to a later stage, it's like, it's hard to improve. It's not linear. Yeah, I would say this chart, this is arbitrary. So this chart might only be like, for example, for studying, this chart might only be for like 4 hours per day, 3 hours per day. Let's say 3 hours per day. So if you can only do 1 hour per day, if this is you, and this is the chart, let's make it more realistic. 2 hours a day. I don't really know because it's arbitrary. There's no units on these things. So let's erase a bunch of stuff. Should just delete this whole layer. Okay. So this is the chart timeline. this is U timeline. So it'll be 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, and 60 years, right? Can you live for another 6 years? I don't know. But what would it look like if we were to scale this out? So we can. If we just linearize, normalize the chart. I'm sure some of you would know the method is just to stretch this to double the distance. So oops. So this is here, right? So be up there. Overlay it. Let's overlay the best. Maybe overlay is the best. Okay. So if we overlay it, I will draw another line for you guys. So we can all put it on a single, or at least all normal layers. Okay. And then let's do this. So this would be 40 years, 50 years, 60, 70 years. Most people care only about the first couple years because it depends on the first couple of years. That kind of determines whether or not you stay in the field, right? If the first few years you're like, oh dude, I suck at this, because you're not locked in, your likelihood of quitting is really high. Does that make sense? So this is U, and this is 2 hours per day. Let's not say U. Let's put 1 hour per day. Locked in time. Let's do the biggest gap here. 3 years. 3 years locked in, 1 hour study a day, every single day. Someone who's doing 1 hour, this is arbitrary again. Someone who's only able to do studies for an hour a day and locked in, maybe not even locked in a day. This might be, let's see. I think this would be more realistic. 60 minutes. This is more realistic. 30 minutes. Three years. You'll be, say, you're at 12% of your total potential. So skill level, skill wise, not artistic. So you can have artistic vision from day one. You can have really interesting artistic vision from day one. But skill, that takes time, unfortunately. Or I guess it's not unfortunate, it's just how things are. Let's say 45%. So someone who's some dude who's not locked in after 3 years. So after 3 years, they will be at nearly half their potential. 3 years of grinding. After 3 years of grinding, the person who spends half that time might only be at 12% potential. So how many days would it take to for 10,000 hours of solid practice? 10,000 hours is kind of a scam. It's not a real thing. It just happens to it happens to fall around that time, but there's no correlation. So 60, so 1 hour a day, 10,000 hours, about what, 30 years, 20 something, 20 some years. So 10,000 hours is right around here. Let me see if I'm correct. 365 days, 1 hour per day, so 65. Yeah, I was right. 27 years. So 27 years. Actually, it'll be closer to this. 27.4. Here we have the 10,000 hour. For this guy. 10,000 hour would be at 50 years for the second guy. No, wait. No, it's correct. 12, 10, 20, 30, okay. It would be at 54 years. So it'd be here. Still not there yet. Okay. No, 54. Yeah, it should be the same height. This should be the same height. 10K hours. At 30 minutes per day. Yeah. Summarize your little journey. I have a whole video on my little journey, so well, okay, if you want me to specify the little journey, I guess I could, but yeah, I'll talk about that, I guess. I'll talk about that. Yeah, but I want to illustrate this concept first. So why is it that someone who spends 30 minutes a day, after 3 years, someone who spends 30 minutes a day, on average, is only at 12% potential at 3 years, but someone who spends an hour a day might be at a much higher potential. So now here's like, oh, maybe they're ready for commissions and stuff. So this number doesn't mean like you can scale it infinitely. Like, what if I study 12 hours a day, 12 hours every day? Does that mean I shrink this down to like this? Shrink it down to like this? No, it doesn't. I mean, it might. I've seen this kind of graph where they hit potential in 4 years, hit like really close to potential, but it's not realistic because you have to deal with burnouts and stuff. Like your brain just doesn't want to think. So I think 60 minutes a day is pretty reasonable. It's reasonable. Yeah, like wow. So 60 hours, 60 minutes. 60 minutes a day is reasonable because just because let's say you start at 9 a.m. You wake up. You guys don't wake up at 9 a.m. on weekends. So okay. Let's look at a typical school, like a student, like someone who's 15 years old, 14 years old. 7 a.m. you wake up, and then from here to 3 p.m. is school, right? And say you're a good student and you do homework until 5 and study, homework and study. That's a pretty small amount of time already. And then you get dinner, says 6 p.m. Dinner. Oh my God. Food. Okay. McDonald's. It's like don't want to fit that much. 6 p.m. We have drawing time till, let's say you're a very avid artist and you draw until 9 p.m. every single day. 3 hours. So let's look at this. Let's look at this. So you have 3 hours total. Drawing. Sleep. Or do whatever. Start watching whatever. So I've seen students in my class, believe it or not, watch anime and scroll memes while I'm teaching. Now, it's a free country and I have certain amount of freedom that I let students do. Like if you want to get inspired by memes and anime, you can argue like, oh, I'm more locked in when I'm listening to memes or when I'm scrolling cats. Fine. That's fine. Yeah, like they're like 12-year-olds, 15-year-olds. And I say these things like, okay, like if you have to come to class to draw and you want to improve, assuming you want to improve, I actually have people who don't want to improve, they just want to have fun, and that's fine. If you want to improve, this is only for people who are looking to improve a lot. If you just here for the vibes, okay, like do whatever you want, scroll, take a nap, whatever. But for if you're here, if you're still here, I've been talking about this for like 2 hours now, you probably want to improve. So what do you do when you start drawing? Let's assume you don't have a drawing yet. You doom scroll, right? For inspiration. Everybody knows this. You doom scroll for inspiration. Everybody does this. Whether it's Pinterest, it's Instagram, it's YouTube, it's TikTok, Roblox, I don't care. Let's say you're really disciplined. You only doom scroll for 30 minutes. Which is impossible for kids these days. Even for adults, it's almost impossible. So this is 1 hour. Two hour, 3 hour. Okay. These are hour marks, and then these are minute marks, or 30-minute marks. You doom scroll for 30 minutes, and then you start blank canvas. You stare at this, or maybe you go on Discord. Or maybe you play Roblox. Again. So now you're at 1 hour. You're drawing for 3 hours, but you're at 1 hour, and it's still a blank canvas here. So let's assume you start sketching. You sketch. You sketch what you want to do. Yeah, or catch. So this is the actual art. So you start sketching, and then in 30 minutes, you finish the sketch, which is really impressive already. And then you draw, or you paint or something. And then here you realize, oh, this sucks. So here you start studying. What do? You start studying, and how do people study again? You go on YouTube. So it becomes doom scroll again for 30 minutes. And you finally find the perfect tutorial that's not really perfect. So tutorials. So this is what a typical student, typical like self-taught artist would do. I should have made this longer. So you have 30 minutes of tutorial. So that puts you here. That puts you on the pink graph, not the blue graph. So you draw 3 hours a day. You think, oh, I draw 3 hours a day, but really you're doing 30 minutes of study a day. And when you're doom scrolling, how locked in are you really when you're at this phase? Assuming you find the best tutorial out there. This doesn't increase your skill level much. So maybe we can count this as like 5% increase. So maybe you get like 5 minutes here and you get like 20 minutes here. Now you're like 25 minutes. 25 minutes total painting. So this is on a Monday. So what happens on Tuesday? You reason with yourself. You're like, oh, dude, I drew for 3 hours yesterday. I did art from 6 p.m. Like the moment I finished eating my chicken nuggets, I drew until I'm sleepy, 9 p.m. But really, you probably gamed after this until 2 a.m., right? You have to do dailies. You have to do dailies. And you have to pull and cry about not pulling the character you want. So you draw for 3 hours. So you're thinking, okay, I draw for 3 hours a day, so and I sketch sometimes. So I am at least here. I am definitely here. I'm definitely 60 minutes a day. So I should be here. Why am I here? It's because you're not studying for 3 hours a day. It's because you're not locked in. So this is why I mean by when you're locked in, you get to a point where you're improving so fast that people who are not locked in, who are doing it as a hobby, and that's okay if they're not improving. But if you want to improve and you compare yourself to people who was grinding or like studying or like actively pursuing improvements, if this curve, if we're talking 25 minutes or even 15 minutes of improvement or of studying per day, if it's 15 minutes, it's half of this pink curve. So now we're like this. Get pretty accurate. Now we're like this. Now our graph is like this. 100% potential is still here. Like 100% potential. So this is what people designate as talent. I mean, music can be a distraction, so for some people, for others, it's not. So here is yeah, here's how it works. Some people draw for 10 years. They're like, dude, I've been drawing for 10 years and I've drawn for 3 hours every single day on most days. Most days. We're not even talking about like, so what happens in Tuesday? This is Monday. What happens in Tuesday? You go to Tuesday, you're like, dude, I drawn for 3 hours yesterday. Even though I want to improve, I deserve a break. I should have a break. I'm gonna go play Roblox for 3 hours. It's not even that long. I'm just gonna play Roblox for 3 hours. And I'll draw again on Wednesday. And let's say you're really good and you come back and draw for Wednesday. Now you're at the 15-minute, 10-minute mark with locked in type. Can you really lock in for 10 minutes? Like, can you digest a concept in 10 minutes? That's really difficult. So now your scaling is even worse. So a lot of people, they come here, they go, oh, I'm at 25% potential. And I've been drawing for 10 years. Why am I only at 25%? And these guys, they only study for 30 minutes a day. They say on social media, they might like, okay, I did Unk plays for 30 minutes. I did Unk plays for 30 minutes or even an hour. You got like sweats, like Artformity, sweaty as heck, grinding Unk plays for like 2 hours a day. And they're here. They're like, oh, they're 10 years in, or let's say they're 1 year in, and they grind it really hard. Probably more than 1 year. They grind it really hard. They're here, right? 3 years, 3 years. They're like, dude, I've been drawing for 10 years, and this sweaty boy is doing for 3 years, and it's like he's way better than me. There's like a pretty big difference, like our forming, pretty big difference. Uh, and they're like, it's not fair. So what do they say? They say it's talent. They're talented. They do 3 years and they're better than me. I've been drawing for 10 years, and I've grinded for 3 hours a day. Every day I draw for 3 hours, and in their mind it's every day. Even though they're taking breaks on Tuesday, they're like, oh, dude, it's Saturday. God rested on Sunday, so I should be able to rest on Sunday. Um, and then they are like, in their mind they're like, dude, I grind it for 3 hours every day. I should at least be on the blue curve, right? I should. They don't even think about curves. They're like, I did 3 hours. Sweaty boy did 1 hour of unclate per day, and he's at 35%. It's not fair. I spent 3 times the time studying, and I'm only at I'm still worse than him. So when people ask me, oh, how fast can I improve if I studied your class? Well, that's up to you. The class is just a uh like a curation of information. Like it will help you. What does the class do? Um, the class helps you make use of that 30 minutes. So if you only have 30 minutes to draw, how should you focus? Like how should you think about art so that the every minute you spend is, when you want to spend minutes improving, you will spend more minutes per minute improving. Yeah, yeah, painting is the break, but there's a difference between just painting mindlessly and studying something you're bad at. So I'm kind of guilty about, sometimes I just brainlessly paint. It's fun, so it's okay. I'm not that guilty. I've answered this question multiple times, and I have literally a video on my YouTube channel saying I've been drawing for 17 years. I can't keep answering the same question. I mean, I can, but then I'll go nowhere. I've answered it here. I answered it before, and I answered it when I was doing taxes down here. I said 4 years, and this is, where was it? And I said I was right here, so about 13 years. So total is 17 years of drawing. The first 4 years I wasn't locked in, so I was kind of like messing around. So my curve was more like this in the beginning. So oh, what do you mean? Why is it so hard to answer how long you've been drawing? Question. Like you don't want to answer the question when people ask you. You're like, I don't want people to know how long I've been drawing. Or you don't want people to know. No. That's crazy. That's a long time. I have gone some days without painting because I'm like out of country, or I was busy working, or I'm sick, stuff like that. Yeah, so when we talk about locking in, or like improvements, like you're going on a grind for improvement, you don't, it's not good to only think about art as a, as like a questing, where it's like your end goal is to get as good as possible, because that shouldn't be everybody's end goal. Uh, you should just have fun. If fun is overlaps with getting really, really good really fast, then yeah, do that. But that's not true for everybody. Some people just want to make stories. Some people just want to make cute paintings, cute drawings, and print out stickers and put on their fridges. That's perfectly valid. It's not less. So you have to decide what kind of artist you want to be at every point in time. So obviously that can change. So look. So let's look at this graph. If I can find it. So let's say we follow the pink graph, the 30 minutes a day, which is people think you're slacking off, but really you're not really slacking off even at 30 minutes a day. Let's say in the beginning, every time I say beginning, I think of that meme in the beginning, the guy reading the Bible. Anyway, so in the beginning, I could follow this curve. I'll be like, okay, like I just want to play around, and well, the graph never looks like this, but I just want to play around, so I might plateau here. I was like, okay, I'm having fun, whatever. And then after a while, you're like, oh, do I see this really cool artist? I want to draw like that. Like you're inspired for life, and you're like, oh, I want to draw like that. But they're so high up here, and I want to get up there. So now you start employing this curve. So now you start here, but except you start much later, and you can still get there, right? Let's say you at 12 years you're like, dude, or at 16 years you're like, dude, I want to grind really hard, and I start here. You do get some slack here, but you do get some like boost, but you still have to follow this curve somewhere. So it's okay to change your goal over time, but it's best to figure out what your goal is at each given time. Yeah, in the beginning, in the beginning, yeah. So now brings me back to the point of lock-ins per day. So people who really want to improve, like redacted, but they're not locked in. So like my students, a lot of them are like 10, 15 years old, between 10 and 15 years old. And some of them want to improve. I don't know how much they want to improve because I'm not telepathic. I can't read minds. So check the time. So I tell them, I'm like, you want to lock in right now because every minute does matter, but also your like habits matter. Your habits for studying matters a lot in this field because people in this field are really good. There are some really professional, sweaty guys just sitting in front of their tablets all day grinding. And if you slack off even a little bit, you're not gonna be able to reach that level. Now, if that's your goal, you're like, dude, I want to draw like riot artists. But no, I'll elaborate a little bit on lock-in. So just saying, oh, just get locked in. That's not really useful. But we're kind of going into the realm of mentorships. Uh, how you study is kind of a mentorship topic. So the reason why you want to lock in is because let's say you follow this black graph or this dark purple graph, right? And you're like, oh, I'm not locked in. I'm doing 15 minutes per day. And that's not you're drawing 15 minutes a day. You're tutorialing, or you're studying 15 minutes per day. But maybe you're drawing 3 hours. Maybe this guy, 60-minute guy, they're also drawing 3 hours, but they're sweaty like Artformity. And or like Jake does art. They study for a lot, or they teach and study. So what happens is now you're complaining. You're like, oh, dude, I want to improve like this guy, but I can't because I don't have talent. It if you're at 15 minutes and you're complaining and you're like, let's say you're 55 years old, or let's make it more realistic. You're at here 25 years in. Let's say 20 years in. 20 years in. So you're 34 years old. You're at 34. You're sitting in front of your painting, and you say, you look at the progress of people. They're here. They're like 30 minutes a day. They're here. They're like, dude, this guy's only been drawing for 5 years, and it took me 20 years to get there. One, they have more talent. Two, your excuses, they have more talent. If they get here, once they get here, 10 years in, these guys, the blue guys and the pink guys, the blue guys and the pink guys in terms of locked in, How long does this take? Do you think it takes for you to get there? If you're 15 minutes locked in, let's drag this out. Obviously not to scale, but 63 years. So let's say 63 years, just a very arbitrary number. So you're 77 years old. That's say you're still mentally good, like Joe Biden good, right? At 77 years old, after 63 years of training, you do not have time in your life to get to where these guys get to in 10 years. You don't have enough time. So that's why I try to warn these kids. Like I'm not trying to like fear monger. I'm just like, dude, if you just lock in, you'll improve so fast. Um, but if for some reason you want to get really good, I'm like, so the first thing I asked them, I was like, does any of you want to be a professional artist? Well, luckily, nobody does. But if any of them want to actually do commissions, they want to be semi-professional, they want to do freelancing, and they don't lock in, they're doing 15 minutes a day, I'm afraid to say there is not enough time in your entire life to catch up to these guys. It's not like, oh, I'm just gonna put 20 years in. Just gonna put 20 years in because some of these concepts take a long time to learn. They take years and years of like dedication. And if you don't dedicate it, then you can't. So now back to how to lock in. How to lock in. I don't want to go into topic too much because it's based on the individual. That's why I leave these kind of information in the mentorships section, because where you're at, depending on where you're at, it changes my answer. So someone who's like locked in a certain way and they're just missing like a piece, I would tell them that. But if someone's not locked in at all, then I'll give them like examples from their life, like what are you doing right now and how should you think about it. So this is why so the Colossal course is kind of built like that. It's kind of a overall like thought process, and that's why it's 30 hours. There's not a lot of quite a bit of technical aspects of it, but half of the time in Colossal I'm trying to build like a thought process of how to lock in, because tutorials, let's look at tutorials again. A lot of people think a tutorial is like I just go on YouTube, look at Proco, look at Mark Bucci, Mark Bucci, look at Picat. These guys are great. They have great content. I'm not saying their content's not good, but a lot of times you are consuming this content like passively. You're not thinking because they're packaged really well. The information is really succinct. They're really like packaged really well. That's the only way I can say. So you go and look at these tutorials like how to draw faces, how to draw perspective, and it all makes sense when they do it. Like when I do it in front of you, like this 1 point perspective, VP over there, lighting over here. So this part is bright and then this part is bright. And then we have terminators. So this is terminator. And then this is core shadow. So core shadow. And then we have bounce light. So bounce light. So you get these tutorials that's like really easy to understand. So you watch me do it, you're like, dude, that's so easy. So if I draw it out, right? If I were to draw this, I have that information. I want to draw this cylinder or whatever. Draw a cylinder. Okay, so what would I do? Foreshadow. Terminator. Let's smooth out the terminator a little bit. Bounce light. Drop shadow or casted shadows. So I can do something like this, right? And you'll look at it, you'll be like, oh, I've learned it. I now understand how to do a cylinder. But if you don't have enough mileage, you don't practice enough, you won't even be able to draw this circle correctly. You won't be able to draw the circle like well, because this is a basic skill that's like motor functions, just like straight motor functions. And if you can't do this very accurately, then it doesn't matter how much concept you memorize and can regurgitate. Like everybody can regurgitate really easily, right? So you will remember Proco like, oh, you gotta. I don't know what Proco said, but I'm sure this is somewhere. It's like, oh, you gotta figure out what the lighting direction is. You have to get clear form and, you know, learn how the surfaces bend. So where it bends, and then you can figure out where the shadow ends, and then that's your terminator and saturated. It's more higher contrast here, and then you can do bounce lights here. Yeah, but if you don't apply it, you don't practice it enough to where it's like internalized, that's not locked in. So how long does it take to internalize something like this? If you do 15 minutes a day, the 15 minutes is not even long enough to get one concept down. Like there are concepts that take paragraphs to explain. Like let's say 2 paragraphs, for example, caustic lighting or perspective takes like more locked in time. You gotta like locked in for like 2 hours at a time for you to think about these things, like process it in your head, slowly digest the information. If you watch a 50-minute tutorial and you're just like, dude, it's a tutorial on formal perspective, and I watched it all, so I should be good. If I get something wrong, I'll just go back to that video, I'll just review it, right? Does that sound reasonable to you guys? Yeah, it's a question for you guys. Like, does that sound reasonable? Yeah, you just watch the video, and if you run into problems in the future, you can identify its perspective problem. You go back to the video and you study a little bit and come back, and now no problem. Yeah, 100%. So here's the problem. If you watch the video 15 minutes and you're like, dude, I got this, and then you make a mistake, that means you don't got it. If you do perspective, which has a clear answer, it's geometrical. It's geometrical, so there's a correct answer. And you practice until you get it right. And then you go on and draw stuff, and you're like, dude, I got this concept down because I got this one right. So I understand it. Then you don't really get it that well. So for something very static, very rigid, like perspective, there's a correct answer. You practice until you cannot get it wrong. You don't get it wrong at all. Like you are unable to get it wrong. So I draw a box, right? And I use this example sometimes for people. I draw a box. And this is part of draw a box practice, but the way they approach it is incorrect, or at least inefficient, in my opinion. So you draw a box, you're like, dude, okay, the box is good. The box looks good. It looks like a box. And I say, you know, for a sketch, like if I'm sketching a torso, let's say I'm sketching a torso line down, so I do cylinders. So this is Bridgman's method. I do cylinders, and then I do this, and then, you know, joints, whatever. Is this good enough for the sketch? Yes, it is good enough. But is it good enough for perspective study? No. No, because then I have to analyze what's wrong with the box. Some people may think, oh, there's nothing wrong with the box. But perspective-wise, it's either correct or it's incorrect. So correct means vanishing points. Parallel lines must vanish within a single point. So these things are parallel, right? So if we drag this line over here, drag this line over here, and this over here, now we have a problem. I don't think it meets. Now, that might be close enough, but this one isn't. Oh, actually, this one is. I know one of them isn't. Okay, now we found the problem. See? One of the lines out of 12 has issues. Now, if you don't see this, if you don't even recognize that there might be a problem and check it, you will never learn. So because I'm so used to looking at boxes, looking at perspective things, I don't even need to draw these guidelines. I'll be like, yeah, it's off. It's off. I don't necessarily know off the top of my head where it's off, but I know to look for it. So if you can get to the point where you can not accidentally draw something off, then yeah, you got the fundamental down. It's not like it's not really an issue of mastery, it's an issue of like competence. So if you let's take this box. So without guidelines, many of you might think the box looks good, so I should be good perspective wise. You go watch a Proco video on perspective and you're like, dude, it's fine. What if I get it even closer? You guys might not feel the difference. So if I get it even closer, you guys might not even feel the difference. Does this look more right now? Yeah. If you saw a box like this in the wild, you might just think, oh yeah, it's good enough. This guy knows perspective. But for someone who's studying perspective, it should not fly. Even freehand, it should not fly. You should acknowledge that there's a problem. If you don't acknowledge that there's a problem, if you can't even see it, that means you are short on the fundamental. Now, there's a difference between seeing it and then accepting that, and then seeing it and not seeing it at all. So if I see it and I'm like, okay, this is good enough. I know there's something wrong, but I just need the box as a placement to place these things, and I'm gonna draw the figure and the rest. Like these are not perfect cylinders, right? So something like this. This is a really, really weird pose, but I wasn't planning to draw a pose. So you can draw something like this, and this box would be fine. But yeah, you usually feel it, but how accurately do you feel it is the issue. That's what you're practicing for. But if you can see it and you choose not to correct it, that's a choice. Fine. But if you see it and you don't see it, or if you look at the box and you're like, this is good, and you don't see the problem, that's what I mean by like you're practicing until you get it right, but you're not practicing until you are not able to get it wrong anymore. So if I can see it, that means I'm not able to get it wrong to this degree. Now, do you have to be like 100% mathematically accurate? No, but you should like logically determine things like this number 1 and 2. Line 1 is longer than line 2, or at least the same size, but it should be smaller logically. So I know this line is wrong. So that's what I mean by fundamentals. That's what it means to lock in and study. These things might be really boring for some people, and you can actually incorporate these studies into normal paintings. That's what I do. So even when I'm painting like a commission, I think about things like this. So if it's not fun to you, right, then unfortunately, technical skills wise, you will improve slower. And now I can slowly fix this. Okay, now I can say, is this correct? Let's actually check this. I think these 4 lines are pretty correct, just by eye. I don't know how correct it is. Oh, it's not. See? Okay, I can argue it's here, but this line is wrong. So that would make it right. So yeah, knowing where to look is important. It's not like the first try you have to be correct. Yeah. Just curious. This is actually pretty accurate. I would say there might not be a difference. So it's almost linear. It's almost isometric in that perspective. Let's check this one just for fun. This one's also very accurate. So there's some curves at the end just because I can't draw straight lines to save my life. But now it's like eyeballing it is pretty accurate, right? So this is just one fundamental. There's like fundamentals like values, shapes, form, composition is not really a fundamental, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. Hope no academics come in here and strangle me alive. So yeah, this is how you should think when you lock in. So this is why watching tutorials is not always the best use of time, because you watch and you watch passively. You do not think about these things. Some tutorials, like the good ones, they will tell you to check. You'll be like, oh yeah, you should check this, you should check that. But how many of you actually do it every time they tell you? You just draw it and you're like, oh, I've drawn it, so I should be good. I should reap the entire benefit of the tutorials, if it was a good tutorial. Oh man. What does CBA mean? I forget. I've seen it before and I remember looking for it. Will this class be saved on YouTube? I can save it on YouTube. I'll save this one for YouTube. It's not really drawing related. So. Or it's not painting. And then what was I gonna do? How old were you? I was 18 when I started like doodling. I mean, I'm sure I've painted some, or not painted. I've doodled on like notebooks, but when I actually sat down and be like, I'm gonna draw, so right at the end of high school, beginning of college-ish. And I would say it's like very sparse, so it's not like I was drawing every day. It was like maybe like twice a week. So I intend to do more YouTube streams. As long as like the AI bros don't like piss me off. There's also this. I don't mind calling people out because I really don't care. Um, People think I'm nice or easy to push around just because of how I respond. I just don't spend that much time on Twitter and Instagram arguing with people because I don't have time for that. I'd rather spend it on drawing. But this guy keeps asking me for like why don't I upload like long form non sped up uh painting processes. Like, oh, why don't I upload painting processes? Why don't I upload the full painting process? Like I'm gatekeeping, right? Like I'm not showing you guys how I make every single piece of art, or at least some pieces of art. It's not fair that I keep this information for myself. First of all, I don't owe anybody anything to upload my process. I don't have to upload my process. I don't have to explain any of these things. I explained it because, or I go through these art concepts because I do like people improving. I want people to improve in art because it makes me happy when I see I can teach and help people answer their questions. And the biggest reason in that is when I was younger, when I was studying art, the internet was a very different place, a nicer place, but there's not as many options to learn art online. The resources are just not there. YouTube is new, Google is whack, and Instagram did not exist. Not a lot of people were digital artists, and I don't want that to be the case for people who want to learn today. So I try to like the best I can to help people, like guide people's mindsets and how to paint, how to draw, how to approach art the best I can. That's why I talk about these things like pricing and fundamentals and stuff. And a few other people do it, like Jake does Jake Jake don't draw, does draw. I don't know if he draws or not, but Jake, uh, like a few of the Riot artists, like Splash artists, still also started to do YouTube. Picat, Proco, Marco Bucci, some that Japanese dude that did Pokemon cards and does a lot of tutorials in Japanese. A lot of Twitter artists also start posting like tutorials and stuff, and they're great tutorials. But now we run into a different issue. There's too many tutorials, and what did I say about tutorials? It's kind of like it's a very easy time sink. So the difference between tutorial and doom scrolling is very small. The only difference between tutorial and doom scrolling is your mindset. That's why I focus on that. Yeah, Naoki Saito. Yeah. Like mindset is way more important than any tutorial, any technical information you can come up, you can find. So that's why in my classes I focus a lot on mindset, like how you should think, what you should think about, not how you should think, but what you should consider putting inside your brain instead of just like, okay, like here's how you do perspective, here's vanishing point, we'll have vocabulary tests. What's a vanishing point? What is the definition of parallel lines? What's the definition of why is there three vanishing points? Why isn't there six or five? These are all technical information. Every YouTuber out there that does tutorial has covered this already. It's not that it's either it's both not important. It's important that we have this information somewhere, but it's not that important that it's presented in 17 different ways. So when you do want to learn and there's a book out there with the information you need and you're focused, you're locked in on learning, you're going to find that book. Someone will point you to the right direction. That's a mindset difference. Now, if you have a bad mindset, you'd be like, okay, I'm just going to go and scroll the most popular tutorials. There's like a million views. This tutorial must be good. I'm gonna trash on Mega Mikey, dude. I'm sure some of you guys know. His tutorials do not help you in art if your idea is to improve at a very fundamental level. Now, if you just want to draw nice, pretty anime girls and you just want to draw one of them, it will get you that really quickly if you just follow what he does. So you want to impress your friends, be like, oh, dude, look at I drew this anime picture, and I followed this tutorial, and immediately I can draw really nice pictures or nice-ish pictures. These type of tutorials, the Mega Mikey guy, yeah, they will work for you. They will work for you, but long-term wise, that tutorial does not even put you on this curve. This curve is like that tutorial is like outside this curve. Yeah, how you want to focus is up to you, but the studioly improve skill a little bit. Like I said, these questions are mentorship type questions, not because I want to make money only. Obviously, I want to make money so I don't starve to death, but that's not why I'm saying it's a mentorship question. Does doodling improve skill? Depends on what skill you're trying to improve, depends on where you're at, depends on your goal. So it's better to complete drawings. Maybe you've been completing drawings too much and you're kind of getting stuck at the sketch phase. Like maybe your sketch phase is not as strong as your rendering phase. Then doodling will help. If your rendering phase is weak and your sketch phase is strong, so when you transfer to a line art, it doesn't retain that sketchiness, then doodling doesn't help. Like, how am I supposed to answer these questions? You see the problem with these kind of questions. It's not bad to ask them, but you won't get an answer specifically for you. And that means it's useless to you. So. Is it better to complete drawing to 80% assuming the rest is busy work and rendering? Again, same type of question. If your studying requires rendering, then that wouldn't help. If your study is in the first 80%, whatever concept you want to study, let's say you study perspective. Yeah, you only need the first 10% for perspective. Hey, wondering how you would lock in and study AP value. Okay, value study. How did you like how you did with perspective? Okay. I've repeated this answer over the last few years, and it's the same answer. Statues and plasters, anything with uniform materials, good value studies. If you start touching colors and stuff, start touching different materials. If you're trying to draw Venta black and next to like, I don't know, Krispy Kreme donuts, then you have to figure out like subsurface scattering, you have to figure out base colors, absorption rates, and then you can't study values anymore. So simpler the better. Yeah, I'll answer questions, just keep them coming, and I'll talk a little bit about the actual mentorship because I intend to do mentorship a bit more because it's first of all it's enjoyable to me for me to teach people who want to learn. Dropbox. I don't recommend it, but there's value in it. There you can get some benefits out of it, but it's by track record, it's not the best main method to follow. You can use it as a complementary study for whatever you're doing, but I would not use that as a main, like your main criteria or main curriculum. Just based on the merits of how people end up after draw a box, I can't recommend it as a main curriculum. Now I've looked at the curriculum itself. It's the way it's packaged is useful, but first of all, it's boring, and uh, second is people don't read the fine print, so they don't do it properly. Probably answer this, but I joined late. If goal is not to be a professional, wouldn't this much grind set lead to burn? Yes, it would. It would, yeah. That's why before I even said the grind set stuff, I said figure out what type of artist you want. Maybe you just want to vibe and doodle. Maybe you just want to maybe drawing isn't even the main thing. Maybe you want to write and you want to just sketch as an idea generator to write with. Maybe you just want to sketch because you are want to be a designer. You want to make clothes, so you need to have some sketching skill for clothing. If your sketching skill for if you're trying to sketch for clothing, all you need is here, like just grind for like just kind of study. Like you could follow this curve, just kind of study for 5 years. You have enough skill to design clothes. Like you don't need any of that sweaty stuff. Month didn't draw anything else. I think the subject of drawing is more important than the fundamentals. Fundamentals is not just boxes. It's not like if you can't do boxes geometrically perfect, you can't do any other fundamental. An interesting fundamental that's kind of like a high-end one is composition. Form and composition, for example, is interesting. So you could do that too. I want to write and draw professionally, dude. I can't help you there. Yeah, no, this curve is only for like the sweatiest the sweatiest guys, or else this none of this matters. Just draw for fun. And I tell my students that when they first come in, just draw for fun. And then we can figure out what you actually want to learn. If you want to improve. If you said after 3 years and you draw for fun, and you're like, dude, I don't like it. It's boring. Then just do something else. Do something else. Like play the violin or something. I don't know. So another point that I want to bring up. So this purple curve, this drawing is like, this line is way too crowded. 15 minutes per day. This is 30 minutes per day. This is 60 minutes per day. All these numbers are arbitrary. So this is like the sweatiest. This is medium sweat. This is like no sweat. Like you're chilling, but you still want to practice. So you're looking at tutorials and stuff. So let's say you enter art as a hobby, and you're here. You're like, oh, I've been drawing for 7.5 years. And I am pretty low on the potential scale. And I'm looking at other guys that draw maybe 30 minutes a day and they're at 7 years. And they're at 80% potential or 70% potential after 7.5 years. And you might think, so this is A, B, C. So the C guy is kind of off to Schizoland. The B guy is your average sweaty guy that does a lot of studies. He's pretty good. And the A guy, so the A guy looking at the B guy, would think, oh, B has so much more talent. And yeah, I was initially going to look at this hobby and see if I have any talent for it, and I'm interested in learning a bit more. But I don't really want to grind like the B guys, like these sweaty guys over here. I just want to enjoy. I want to vibe. I want to just chill in an environment that's comfortable, like a cafe. And 7.5 years later, they have not a lot of skill. And initially, they might not want skill. But now they want skill. So they're saying, oh, it's unfair. These guys have more talent. So what does A do? They quit. They just straight up quit. So is it important to lock in for like newcomers that are just exploring the hobby? You have to lock in a little bit, tiny bit, maybe 15 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day. If you want to engage in the hobby, you should spend some time in the hobby, right? Like practicing. So yeah, how much you want to practice, that's dependent. So I would say someone who's new, let's say they're 15 years old, and why compare if competing isn't your goal? Oh, I'll touch on that later. So someone who's new, they might think, okay, like I can spend 20 minutes a day studying. It's not that bad. I still enjoy it. I see improvements, so I'll enjoy it overall. So they will do it. You should do it as much as it doesn't stress you out. If it doesn't stress you out in the beginning, if it doesn't stress you out, you should do as much as possible. If it's stress, the moment it stresses you out, it's no longer a hobby. Don't do it. Okay, so why compare if competing isn't your goal? I'm not telling you to go compare yourself. How do you think artists draw inspiration? You look at stuff, you go touch grass or something. You go skydiving, you go shoot a gun, you go, I don't know, party with other people. You go drink tea. So you might be inspired if you go into a tea room and you're like, dude, this setting is nice. I wish I could draw like my character in this setting. And then what else do you see? You see other people's art, and that might inspire you. You're like, oh, that guy's art is so good. It inspires me. I look at the Mona Lisa, it inspires me. So when you're inspired like that, what do? You compare. You're like, oh, I want to be like that. Would you say you don't want to be like that? No. Like most of the people, when they see a pretty piece of art, they might think a little bit, even in the back of their head, it's like, ah, I wonder what it takes to be that. Maybe they have to be talented. I don't know. Maybe they have to train a lot. Maybe they have good teachers. You don't know that. So you end up You end up comparing. It's not a toxic thing. We always strive for something, no matter what you do. So it's just it's natural to compare. So I think the Western view on art is very unhealthy, and the Eastern view on art is a bit too extremist. Most of the academic ones. So the Western view is like this. I want individualization, and what they teach in art school is like, oh, you got to be stylized, you got to be, unique. You want to stand out in the world, and uh, you don't want to compare yourself to other people because every piece of art is unique. Every piece of art is, personal. It's just a form of expression, individualization. That's true at a later stage, but if you never compare, if you don't focus on the technical aspects, you don't even have the building pieces of art. That's why we call them fundamentals. Like it's like if you want to write and you don't learn how to spell words, you cannot write your book. That's why we compare. There's a healthy level of comparison, and there's like the Eastern type, or like you see a lot of like these um, grind maxing Instagram, Twitter accounts where, dude, I gotta be Riot artist in 4 years. I gotta beat this guy or that guy in however many years. See, that's a pretty negative mindset. It's not one way or another. You don't want to go extreme on the spectrum. You want to have a healthy expectation of comparison. How you build that healthy expectation, like how do you compare yourself with other people without being self-deprecating or burnouts or you go into a spiral? See, that's a mentorship question because that's case dependent. That's why I charge money for it. Yeah, cultivation mindset. Yeah, so go read some cultivation mangas or something. Feel like since I really lock in, I can only think about art and it kind of consumes me in a good way. Would you say this is a negative mindset? Maybe easy burnout from your experience. I don't know. I've never burned out, so I can't say if that's gonna be a burnout issue for you. Also, your mind works different than mine and everybody else's, so that's what individualization should be about. It's like how does your mind process these concepts? Not like, oh, we gotta make only unique things. We shouldn't practice the same way as anybody else. It's how do you take these experiences and resources and personalize it to you. But what do you want to make? What do you want to make? And then figure that out, and then you'll be like, okay, what do I need to make that? Am I okay with the price I have to pay? So the price being time commitment. You might think it's good right now, but it might burn you out later on. I've seen those. You get like a high, and then you don't know you're actually pushing past your limits, and eventually it'll come back and bite you. Even approach to fundamentals might not be different. You don't start out art saying things like I want to master fundamentals, like a general statement. When I started grinding 6 years ago, I didn't do that. I know it was important to focus on a specific goal. My goal was very rough back then. It was very crude. It's not as refined as it is today. So what I said I want to be really good at technical lighting. That's what I said, and it's still true today. Like that's still true, but I refined it a little bit more, and that's just for myself. But let me check. Let me check the time because I. Do you ever study using books? I've read it. I literally like read like 2 books. The rest I like to figure out myself in like looking at other artists. So I'm not a good role model for everybody because the way I learn is different from other people. So everybody's different from other people, but yeah. Uh yeah, I say take care of your body. So there are some certain truth like you should learn fundamentals. You should You should have certain mindsets. There are certain truths that is true for every single artist out there. There's things that you need to do as an artist, no matter who you are. It's not an individualization thing. Like, uh, okay, like for example, you should be relatively healthy, relatively fit to draw. If you're not fit and you're not healthy, you can't focus. Like some people ask me, how do you draw for 12 hours a day? How do you draw for 10 hours on the Last Supper a day? Like, aren't you tired standing on the ladder? Aren't you tired doing like gridding or perspective study? No, I'm not tired. First of all, it's fun, so I'm not sleepy. Second of all, it's like physically, that's not supposed to be taxing. Now, if your body is in such a shape, if it's chronic disease, yeah, sure. There's nothing I can do for you, unfortunately. Well, there's nothing I can do for you no matter what it is. You have to do stuff for yourself. But if you're not healthy to the point where like you can't focus or like you get home from school and you're tired, you don't want to focus, that cuts into your lock-in time. You can't lock in. And that slows you down. That brings your curve from B to A. I should have reversed this. The top is A and then B, C. So that brings your efficiency down. And that's not like oh, I'm not efficient in finishing this one painting. That's efficiency for your entire life. So if your habits are bad, if your habits surrounding art is bad, you won't have enough years in your life to get to where you need to get to. No matter how many years, how consistent you are over the years. Yeah. And you're more susceptible to burnouts. So really, that's crazy. I was a cyclist too, and I wouldn't say maniac, but I was pretty data driven. I was like Swift, uh centuries. I did all that. Metric century though. Bike mountains and stuff. But if you want to swim or play a sport, that's good because there's two reasons why you should be active or at least physically capable. Let's say you play a sport, you play badminton. There are things that you do in these sports that only once you do it you can really grasp the concept of. So when you do more things, you can add more detail to your art. So art spawns from your inspiration from life and things you've done or things other people have done that you see. So let's say I like archery, right? I like archery. I know the construction of a bow because I know how to adjust one, I know how to build one, I know how to customize one. So I can know every part of a bow and I know what they do and I know how to hold one, how to shoot one. So when I draw a bowman, someone who's like an archer, I can draw them in the correct pose. I know which muscles to load. I know exactly what muscles needs to show, what muscles doesn't show, what's a good position, and then combine that with perspective work. I know what each angle needs to look like when they pull a bow, when they full draw a bow. So if you're drawing a professional archer and it doesn't look like the bow, the arrows in full draw, then it doesn't look like a professional archer. But you wouldn't know that unless you yourself know how to do archery. So it expands your scope of visual library just passively. Good point to learning color stuff. Again, case by case. I can't answer these kind of questions because they depend on the individual. That's why there's a mentorship. Okay, so time for the plug. I do have a mentorship class I have to prepare for, and I will, I guess, switch to that stream in a bit. Uh, I will be offering mentorship classes from now on. It's like session or seasonal, so there's gonna be some break between seasons, and each season will be 8 to 12 weeks, depending on how I structure it. So some seasons might be 8, some seasons might be 12. And the actual price, the official long-term price, have not been listed yet. So right now it's just the first session. I just want to get people started, and then I'll announce the price and registration in the future. So when you register, there's going to be a list of people, and there's going to be some questions you answer, like your goals, what do you want to learn, how do you want to learn it, how much time can you dedicate, what is your like commitment, what's your favorite artist, stuff like that. And it helps me know what your goal as an artist is, and then I'll select the people I can mentor, because I can't mentor everybody, like skill wise. If you want to draw certain ways, like if you like graphical drawings with pencils, then I might pick someone else instead of you. I might pick a painter, for example, because I can mentor that more sufficiently. That's my field. Whereas like graphic designers or UI, like if your goal to painting is UI UX design, I'm probably gonna turn you down because I can't mentor you. So so yeah. And the mentorship is just to get you on track in this graph. I cannot hack this graph. This graph is like max learning speed per time spent. What I can do is help you not stray from this graph too much so that you can approach your potential faster. So instead of 20 years, it might take you 15 years. That's what mentorship is supposed to do. Mentorship is not like, oh, here's perspective work. Just learn it. Just memorize these words. Or like, you know, representing a topic that has been on a book, or repackaging Proco's material. Like if I just go on Proco's lectures and I grab it, I just like place it and say it in my own words, that's not useful as a mentorship. So mentorship is for answering personal questions, like personal to you, like how you want to approach it, and I have to analyze where you're at and how to best improve from there. Okay. Any questions before I go? I thought I was gonna paint today, but it's okay. I'll paint in this session anyway. So that's too much talking. I can't talk for 4 hours straight. Like now my throat is dry. Mentorship will be like 2 per year. What do you mean 2 per year? I mean how many sessions? Oh, how many seasons? Oh, that's a good question. So there's 51 or 52 weeks per 51 weeks per year, right? Each mentorship, I think I'll cut it down to 8 weeks, 8 to 12 weeks. So maximum, I will probably be looking at 4 seasons per year. Which happens to coincide with the seasons of the year. The artistic versus social media growth. Uh, do you want to be an influencer or an artist? I think that answers your question. Both, okay. So, okay, let's put it this way. Let's look at this graph. A, B, and C. 30 minutes of grind puts you at B. 15 minutes of grind puts you at A. And then everything in between. Maybe this is like 20 minutes of grind. So this is 20 minutes. So what happens when you do social media? When you focus on social media? So say you make reels and you make tutorials and you network with people, which is all great things. So you need to market your art. You take what would have been 20 minutes of locking in. So 20 minutes of locking in might be where's that sheet? Oh my god. Did I erase it? Oh my god, I did erase it. I hope you were here. Oh, there you go. So 20 minutes of locking in might translate to 2 hours of drawing if you're really focused. 2 hours of drawing, 20 minutes of locking in. Now, if I take this 2 hours and I throw it all into editing videos and I do it twice a day or three times a week, so once every 2 days, what happens to this 20 minutes? Drops to 10 minutes. Now your curve becomes like this. So in 10 years, you'll be half, or actually a third of what you are. And then if you take that 2 hours every other day and you build your social media, your socials might go like this, right? Yeah, sure. You might have 1 million followers. You might not. I don't know. So let's say you get where I am. Let's say you get 300K followers. That's a big number for me. I think it's a big number. Is 300K follow worth this? Blue line. And then green. Oops. Obviously, again, this is arbitrary, but if you spend time on other things, this curve will be flattened out. There's no doubt about that. There's no instance where you spend more time on social media and your art is going to increase in quality. It's not possible. So in, let's say 5 year timeline, and you could have like locked in here. This is a realistic timeline, the red one. In 10 years, it might be 50% here. So 50%. And then 10% plus 300K follow. 1K follow. Is that worth it to you? Some people might think it's worth it. You'll make so much money here. Let's say you're at 10% skill and you do icons. Let's say you do icons on regen. You are gonna make bank. If you just do icons on regen and you have 10% skill, you can make pretty good icons. You are gonna be making mad money. If you have 50% skill and you do 1K follow and you make icons on regen, you are not making mad money. You're making not mad money. So you can kind of say, oh, I want to go middle of the way. So maybe you're not, like, you're at 20% skill and you might be at 10K follow, right? Not 300K, but you're at 10K follow. Say 20K follow because you got pretty good at 20K follow. And you do regen and you do icons. You probably won't make mad money, but it will be closer to this than this, right? So maybe this is worth it. Maybe this is worth it. See, I don't know. I don't know you. Do you think doing value studies from film would be good? It's very good because every frame is curated for a film. Good films. I noticed that you only follow 10 artists on Instagram. Is it because you don't want too much noise distracting you? So actually, specifically that. So I only follow people I'm trying to learn from, and if they have something I need to learn from for years, then I will follow them. And then if I'm done learning from them, I switch them out for someone else that I'm trying to learn from. And I don't switch them out very often because they always have a lot for me to learn from. So my entire feed for Instagram, the not for you, but the actual art, the post feeds are all from these artists. So every time I go on Instagram, I scroll, it's like, oh, like that art. I'm inspired by it. I want to study something that would get me closer to that. Like in terms of in parts. Like maybe I really like the balance and the contrast, and I would think to study those things. I'm trying to curate the thing so it's like I have 0% chance of doom scrolling because I want to minimize this, right? I want to minimize this part because I want to maximize the study part. At least to my own pace. I put down the kind of art I want to make and the kind of artist I like. It's all over the place. It's in every direction. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. And that's a discussion of refining your taste, your preferences, and another long discussion. I can talk about this for like days. I can talk about this for weeks. I can stream this every single day and have too much content to talk about. And unfortunately, the younger students, like people who are below 15, they have they find this boring. So I can't talk about this too much even in my real life class, but on a stream, it's whatever I want to talk about. If you guys find it interesting, you'll stay. If you find it boring, you'll leave. That's fine. But it's my stream. I do what I want. Do you have any resources on your reason diffraction study? Found a few resources too deep into physics. I mean, all of the resources are going to be deep in physics. You can't talk about thin film interference and diffraction without the math, unfortunately, or the geometry. Do you think it's better to do one painting 2 days a day for like 2 hours instead of doing like 30 just okay? Yes. Gestures are useless for the general population. They're not completely useless. They're just like you guys are using it incorrectly. Painting's better. So do other types of studies. It's very difficult to make gestures useful, but it can be just with the right guidance and the right focus. And even then, there's probably better options to do studies besides gestures. Gestures is like a step. It's like a step in a painting. Rarely do you isolate such a specific step in study. It's the same issue draw a box has. Drawbox focuses on things like okay, like get really good at drawing lines. Get really good at drawing lines point to point, and you practice that for hours. Like that's not useful. Lines is a part of a painting. Just because you can make smooth lines doesn't make you a better drawing person or painter. Like, that's such a narrow viewpoint. It's hard to recommend. You've seen everywhere gestures number one because these guys all regurgitate each other's information. Like I said, YouTube has a lot of great content, but also has a lot of content that just gets regurgitated without thinking. So if one guy sees, oh, this person who's good at drawing says gesture is really good, I'm just gonna mimic that. I'm gonna parrot that, and gesture is the best. And then every other person, every other influencer, every other guy with 300K follows, they're gonna be like, dude, you should be doing gestures all day. Why are you even doing value studies or form? You should be doing gesture before that. That's insane. This is why a lot of professional artists they make these channels and they make fun of these short form video tutorials because they're absolutely strawman. They're not good. Coming from illustration to painting, putting down shapes, relying on sketch. Do you have any advice? Again, this depends on where you're at. Like, what do you mean by struggling? That's a very vague word. I don't know what you're struggling with. So you can't be like, I'm struggling with shape. Like, what about shapes are you struggling? So again, mentorships. You don't have to get mentorships from me. I'm just saying I offer mentorships and I answer these kind of questions in mentorships. Other artists who do mentorships, they should be able to answer these kind of questions when they look at your stuff. I find the ones that I like, I learned this I learned this art style. Oh my god. Don't get me started. I will do a whole stream just trashing short form videos. I don't care. Like they can cancel me, whatever. Because they're bad. Like they're actually like I think some people actually recommend those to eliminate competitions. I do them both in real life and online, actually. Yeah. My in real life mentorships are way more expensive than online because I price them correctly. So my in real life mentorships are 120 per hour. Oh, no, no, no. 120 per class, which is an hour and a half. Yeah. Honestly, that's not that expensive, but yeah. So how good are the chances of getting a mentorship spot? Like, how many requests do you have usually? So, I priced it a little lower, so it's $800, like I said here. Where is it? Where is it? Huh? Okay, so it's gone. The data is gone. Oh, there you go. So, mentorship is like this: $800, $800 for 12 weeks. So what you're paying is this money, right? 44.4 per hour. And it's two students per session maximum for now. I might increase it to three, I'm not sure, but it won't be, it'd probably be two, or one. So what was I saying? How many requests? So I added this information last time, and when I opened for mentorship, the request form, I published it on Instagram and Discord and Twitter. Twitter, I didn't get that many clicks, but uh, I just wanted to spread the information. I was gonna open it for like a week, but then I was only taking 10 or 8 people. I increased it to, well, not increased it. Two were seated, like they were people I talked to before, but 10 people, and I got 85 submissions in, well, I got 80 submissions in like 5 hours, which is much more than I expected. But I assume these guys know how much mentorship actually cost. So this is really cheap. That's really cheap. Actually, it's so cheap. I'm not gonna do that price anymore. Um, yeah. So, what's the question? How difficult? It depends. If you're a good fit, you'll most likely get in. I'm not gonna tell. I'm not gonna really specify what a good fit is because I don't want it. I don't want people to change their idea of what they want to be just to get into this mentorship. Like, don't change who you are just so that you can get into a mentorship. Like, it should be like you are how you are, and then you should find a mentor that suits you. Here, $800. $800. So my mentorship is $800 for 12 weeks. I might make it shorter depending on how the people progress, but I think 8 to 12 weeks is probably ideal. Um, complete beginner. So I have one or two complete beginners, yes, and I have one or two like professional levels, and the rest is like scattered in between. Okay, I'm getting close to stream soon, so any questions I'll answer now because I need some break before I start doing the sessions. Because I have 5 more hours of stream, four more hours basically of stream I need to do. Oh, do you guys like streams like this? Like where I talk about very technical stuff or like thought process, mental states of artists instead of just drawing. I can draw without talking, but these are like answering questions and concepts and calculations, pricing schemes. Yeah, I'll keep this up. Yeah, if you're interested in the mentorship, I have a Discord role for just mentorship information. Just role react to that, and I will ping that whenever I have mentorship information. Oh, it's really interesting getting your perspective on a bunch of things. Second monitor content. Second monitor content. Yeah, I was working on a barg taped on the wall while I listened. Yeah, it's good. Oh, I'll sit here for a few minutes in case there's any interesting questions. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. Any questions? Any questions? Just keep typing. I'll be back to read it. Just need water. Yeah, no more dance game streams. Just because I want to just focus on art. I'll probably just play that on my own. Anyway, the I just wanted to be transparent on these streams. So I'll stream more in the future. Some of them will be studies, some of them will be discussions and questions and answers. The reason why I'm increasing the stream limits or stream time frame is because I want to become more self-sufficient. I am self-sufficient, more sufficient, financially stable artist. So one way to do that is mentorship. I do like teaching people, so it's not like a money grab. Um, I will do these discussions because it answers a lot of questions. So you can get a lot of, I imagine you can get a lot of values out of this, but they're generalized, curated values. I cannot answer very specific questions like, oh, how do I improve on this, on that? How much if I do 2 hours of studies per day, how fast can I improve? Those kind of questions are mentorship questions because they're specific to you. Now, the reason why, oh, any advice? Any advice? The advice in the colossal class is in the colossal class. Right? I guess I think I covered this also in the colossal classes. Like these colossal class, that colossal class was a class that was built for half of it's like mentals. So how should you approach art? How should you think about it? And that should benefit you for the entire duration of your art career. It's not just like it's not a tutorial where in the sense that, Proco, if not saying Proco's material is bad, it's just like it's short form, most of it. So if you learn perspective and you look at a perspective study, once you're done with that study, you're done with that photo or done with that video. So the donut tutorial for 3D rendering. Once you're done with that, you're not gonna refer back to it. But I wanted to focus on longer term information. So The reason why I'm doing more streams is because I wanted to use it as a kind of a promotion vehicle to say, yeah, I do offer mentorship. So if you're interested in how I think about things or draw or approach technical topics, then you can pay me a large, huge sum of money, like drug money, boba money, actually, and I'll teach you stuff. I'll try to guide your art career for a limited duration of time because I have to pay bill, but also because I like teaching people. If I didn't like teaching people, I wouldn't make these streams. I would just draw on my own. Concentrate on commission to make money from art or do more original artwork and sell prints? Ah, it's a tough one. Uh, I I don't know. Depends on your skill level, depends on what you actually like to draw, your personal art. Like if your personal art is like horror and gore, maybe there's a market for it, but it's smaller than the market of like icon arts. Well, I mean, I gotta pay bills. If I don't pay bills, I will die and I can't make this content anymore. So that's not good. That's not ideal. So ideal is I teach for a fair price. I don't want to make it too expensive because if you're younger and you want to do this class and it's like mentorship for 12 weeks and it's way out of your budget, that might take out if it was benefit for you, it might save you like a year in progress in the first 10 years. It might save you 1 year, 2 years. That's worth a lot of money, but maybe you don't have the amount to front that cost. I don't want that to be such a huge issue that it prices out everybody. Game making. Mentorship question in a few months. I want to do art for game making. What's the characters? Gestures. Not useful. Not useful. It's not useful. Uh, there's other ways to practice posing and stuff. Gesture is probably one of the worst ways to do that. The benefit is very limited. I'm not gonna elaborate too much on it. Yeah. Definitely way better than painting streams. Okay, sure. I'll do a bit more on this. Any plans on having slots for critiques and shorter, more specialized mentorships for those who are priced out by the $800? That's a tough one. So the reason why I price it like this and I have a minimum rate is because I want to provide a more complete picture. This goes back to the lock-in period of like 15 minutes. If you only spend 15 minutes locking in per day, there are concepts that are so long, so complex that you can't wrap your head around it. So your learning becomes not because if you lock in for 30 minutes, it's double 15 minutes, but you might get more than double the benefit. So there's a minimum commitment, unfortunately. Yeah, $800 is very cheap. You cannot find this price anywhere. I mean, if you find this price, let me know. I'm curious who's offering it. And when you do mentorship, you don't just like, oh yeah, this guy draws, so you get mentorship because you like how they draw. You like how their approach is. If you like my approach, come learn from me. If you don't like my approach, learn from somebody else. When can we expect a update for openings on mentorship? So earliest I can do is May, probably like May to start, maybe. It, I might try to release information a little bit early if I can structure it well. Uh, Hard to say right now because I'm in the middle of a session. So is mentorship available now? Well, it was available like a month ago, but I filled all my slots, so you'll have to wait till next session. And again, Discord server updates are all gonna be there. Whatever updates I have, it's all gonna be there. There's roles if you want to get pinged for Patreon, you want to get pinged for, I don't know, streams, you want to get pinged for mentorship. There's roles for those, so go there. If you don't know what to do, go into the Discord server and just ask someone, because all those people, they probably know a little bit of how the Discord server functions if you're not on there. If you're on there already, why aren't you drawing? Why aren't you locked in? Yes, it's 10 people that got in. I can only take 10 right now because I'm busy. But in the future, I'm gonna actually work around this. Like, I want to focus more on mentorships. I want to get better at picking students and try to mentor them in their individual ways. So the mentorships are pretty difficult to do. That's why not a lot of people do them. And if you find someone who's like really new, not to trash on them, if they're really new, they're really inexperienced in the art field, even if they can draw pretty well, they grinded for 4 years, they draw pretty well, they might not be good mentors because they cannot describe the problem in a way that you can understand. So even if they can do it themselves, you're kind of screwed there. So can we battle royale for 10 spots? Well, no, not yet, but maybe I'll implement that feature. So what can they do better to prepare for stuff that might be helpful for you? Just have recent work. The most of the stuff that is going to be done in mentorship, I have to actually actively figure out who you are and what you do. Mentorship was online, but I do have in real life mentorships, but I'm not traveling to you. You have to be here. So I'm in Las Vegas. So if you're in Las Vegas and you want to get a mentorship, that is also an option. But original or studies or what is this question? You gotta frame it a bit more. Yeah, being good alone, it depends on why and how you became good. So if your method is analytical like mine, then you might be better fit to teach than if your method is intuitive. So intuitive artists can be great artists, but they would be terrible teachers. I don't know what that question means. Okay. I might have to cut it off soon. And if you have any questions, just ping on Discord. You can just ping me on Discord if it's a question, or you can ask people on Discord. In-person mentorship is fixed time spent. How long? Usually it's actually these are 16 weeks, but if you want to organize this so that you can just do 8 weeks, we can also do that. But I don't recommend any less than 8 weeks. So, and we can talk about pricing and stuff if you're actually interested in doing in person. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, quite a bit of people joined the stream. Uh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I hope you guys find the stream type useful. If the stream type, this type of stream is useful for you, then I will try to stream this more. And I just thought it would be useful because there are streams out there that just draws and or do tutorials, but there's enough tutorials out there. There's not too many streams where they just talk about the mindsets and stuff. Get good at fundamentals. Person mentorship is fixed time spent. Oh wait, to good at fundamentals, should we focus on one for several months? Again, mentorship type questions. Depends on how you learn. Isolation's a good method, but not always. Yeah, yeah. The idea of streaming is so that I can actually provide insights that isn't already everywhere else, because everybody is a streamer these days. Everybody makes YouTube videos these days. I don't want to flood the content sphere with more of the same regurgitated stuff. I can regurgitate perspectives and anatomy really well. We can talk about the deltoid insertion and the collarbone, how it twists and rotates around the neck area. That's You can find that through Google. You don't have to hear it from me. We are long done with the statistics. Stream critiquing a few viewers' drawings. I you can run your YouTube however you like. It's not up to me. How does mentorship work? So lessons, demos, concept talks, and homework, and then critiques. Yeah, and obviously question and answers whenever. Common mistakes. Last Supper was for a church. It is for a church. It's still ongoing right now. A recommendation for studying caustics? Not really, because not a lot of artists touch on this. If you want to study caustics in a STEM perspective, then just study caustic physics, ray tracing, geometrics. To study that properly, you need perspectives. And to study perspectives properly, you need shapes. Charles Bark. Do more streaming color theory. The video on your channel is insane. What do you mean insane? I'm not insane. Color theories. Maybe. I will talk about it here and there, but it's such a overly done topic. You can find all the information out there. I will only do things that is not really done yet, because that's what I feel like gives value. If I just regurgitating, it's like, why waste the bandwidth? Do you art critiques on portfolios for viewers at 50 plus months? I used to try to do it, but there's too many requests. Maybe I'll do it in the future just for like video ideas, but not right now. What do you mean 50 a month? I don't charge 50 a month for anything. Okay. As much as I like to stay on stream and chat and talk about this, no, it's not 50 bucks a month. I don't have that pricing for anything specific. I have pricing for mentorship, which is $800 for 12 weeks, but that also includes, like, if you want portfolio reviews, I would review portfolio regardless. But yeah, I don't think I'm the best person to review portfolios, because my focus is on art, not industry application of art. So I do not work in-house, so portfolio reviews from someone who's not in-house is not as valuable as someone who's like working in Riot. Now you might have to pay them 6 times more money, because they charge like 2K for a 5 week thing. So okay, well, see you guys next time, and yeah, I'll try to stream more often, and whenever I have more information, it's gonna be on Discord. So I am dying. I need a break before another 4 hours of sessions. Yeah.